It's been 12 months since acquittal, and so much has passed us by. Such as tampering with evidence, and some blatant flat-out lies. Special new prosector, and Hank Breeden is his name. He is a dirty Boston lawyer, and his arguments are lame. He's trying to squash all of our experts, as he has no case to claim. He should have won an Oscar medal to convince the court he's sane. He can lie without a conscience and keep that smirk upon his face. I bet he wears those silky undies, the ones with that jean made of lace. And Judge Beverly Academy is so biased for the state, is wading through 100 motions in a rush to seal my fate. So you can bring in Massachusetts, cause we all ain't got no quit. And we all know that the truth is my car is not the thing John hit.
I don't have any sound. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I can't hear me. And I don't know the fuck why. Okay, you can hear me. Excellent. That's one issue. So it's got to be my end with my headphones. All right, let's test this. Testing. Motherfucker. I don't like technology. Technology sucks donkey dick. Yeah, I mean, all my settings are good. I don't know. Oh, let's try now. Nope. Oh my God. Is that? Found it. I don't know why, but my monitor was muted. Who'd have thunk it? Found it. Stop looking. morning. Wakey, handle sneaky. Oh, there's nothing like a Monday morning without a tech issues there, hey? It was working beautifully earlier. Yeah. Second you click that live button, it just goes. Good morning, all, and welcome in. Who have we got here apart from the countdown weirdos? Yeah, I did a thing. You did a thing, did you? Oh, let's see. Ah, look at you go. Look at you go. Thank you very much. It is much appreciated. Much appreciated. So have I been monetized for 7 months? You're shitting me. No way. Nuh-uh. Oh, no, you can get memberships when I hit 500. That's right. Okay, sorry. All good. But thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Miss Jenny G. How are we? Miss T? Good to see. And no doubt Tan will be around shortly. She's already texted me the the first witness's avatar, so she's onto it. Unlike some. And who's up this morning? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Siri. I need to put my chicken in the fridge. Excellent. Shit. I didn't do a great deal. I as I was telling Tricia, I went and saw my pain management specialist on Friday, and she changed up all my meds, and then Tan took me out to get my nails done and my pedicure done. She's so lovely. And I was just really, really unwell, like just felt awful. I was in so much pain. I couldn't move. I couldn't talk. It was just awful. And then I just got this urgent urge. I had to just go. I had to go to the toilet, and it was in a block of shops that you had to walk a mile. And in pain, I struggled getting to my letterbox. And I was wearing white leggings, and all I could think of while I'm walking to the door, trying to hobble to the toilet, was, oh, shit, how am I going to explain this to Tanya? Getting back in her car. So, yeah. Well, I was on Tarjan and Endone, and have been for a long, long time. And they put me onto Polexia, both a short acting and a long acting. But I've been on morphine-based painkillers for so long, I went straight into withdrawal. Didn't even realize it. So I had an Endone, a Valium, and 3 prednisolones, because obviously I have to titrate that to my adrenal. I wouldn't have absorbed any of my cortisone. So, yeah, it's fun. But, it didn't happen. It was the closest I've ever come, but it didn't happen. Can't stand that. What have we got? Oh, really? Isn't it the Jonathan Diamandis, the friend of Proctor, that's up on this morning? And then they have a police officer, and I think we've got Lucky Loughran and Dr. Russell on the docket today as well, if we get through them. So oxycodone, I think that's what you call it. I don't know the name. I'll Google the name. But yeah, they're morphine based, so yeah, they don't work for chronic pain, which I know. All right, So the cop lady's spicy, is she? Woo, woo. Okay. I'm excited to get to this defense case. I really am. I really am. I really want them to just make those. The more I watch about Burgess and Gadsden Welcher, the more I just cringe and basically, yeah, they were just paid to lie. Liar for hire. All right, let's get into it, shall we? Because the truth is out there, as Mulder and Scully would say. Where's my banner? Come on, Jody, get to it.
Wrong at school is how great Marcia is at this, or how wonderful Marcia did that.
Arca. Yes, I narrated that. That's me in the background. That was a 2 a.m. wake up. Oh, I've got a good idea. Because I'm a spastic. Where's my overlay? Come on, Jody. Pull your finger out. There it is. Right. Okay. No, I'm not OCD. And no, I don't want that. Oh, shit. Oh. I'll fiddle with that when we play.
Investigation into this case. Everyone said yes, nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left last week?
I can boost it.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Gianetti?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Jonathan Diamandis.
Jonathan Alphabet to the stand. So apparently the texts are redacted. How redacted, I don't know. We'll soon find out. I might run this at
Tell me swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here and the truth, the whole
a little
truth,
bit
and nothing but the truth,
faster.
so help you God.
I do. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last
Your
name?
netty's up.
Jonathan
Woo!
Diamandis, Diamandis.
Sir, do you know
Alphabet.
former trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since middle school, approximately 30 years.
And in what town?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Did you graduate high school with Michael Proctor?
I did.
When was that?
He's such a dibber-dobber. Stop it.
2000.
How close did you remain in contact with Michael Proctor after high school? Do
Very close.
you have his cell number?
I do.
How often have you texted him over the years?
Frequently.
And when you text him, is that a direct one-to-one or part of a group chat or both?
Both.
Okay, so the thing is, they want to get Michael Proctor's text messages in to the record for the jury, but they don't want to call Michael because he's too much of a liability. He is a state witness, and when they're called by the opposite side, then the state gets to do cross-examination, which means that they get to ask all the leading questions and they can lead him and direct him down a rabbit hole to whichever way they want him and get the answers that they want to get out of him. So it's too much of a risk for the defense to actually put him on the stage, on the witness stand. But they can get his text messages in because this person was in the group of text messages, like he was part of the group. So it's not hearsay, he was part of it. And so that's why they've asked him to come in. That's the only reason, to get these messages on the record.
And I want to direct your attention to one particular.
It goes towards showing Proctor's bias from the beginning, basically. That's the aim.
Group chat that had 9 people on it. Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do.
And what one is that?
It's one that's been in existence for many years. We've been texting on that
Yes,
text chain
correct. Yep.
for 10 plus
That's
years, I
right.
would suggest.
Yep.
Okay. And over those 10 years, the members of that group chat, I'm not
100%.
asking you for names, but if you can tell me Where are these people from? How do you know them?
We all grew up
Primary
together
school.
and went to school together at some point.
All from Canton?
All from Canton.
And with regard to the 9 people on that group chat, you're one of them?
Correct.
And whether or not Michael Proctor is on that group chat with the rest of your high school friends as well?
He is, yes.
May I have the...
There was also 3 different nicknames Proctor went by in those texts, so he needs to be able to identify them all. And apparently Higgins has gone rogue. He's
Your Honor, may I approach the witness for the purpose of
cut ties from everyone. Apparent lie.
And
Where's
I've handed
Miss Dibby?
you what has been marked "N" for identification. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I was shown it last Friday.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A portion of our text chain.
Okay. And when you say a portion, it's a limited time period within a much longer text chain. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And with regard to how you're able to recognize it, I'd like to just ask you a few questions. First of all, on the first page of that document, do you see a series of phone numbers?
I do.
And do you recognize your phone number on that text chain?
Yes.
And having reviewed that text chain on Friday, did you see that you had actually sent one text of the whole body of text that's included in what has been marked "N" for identification?
Yes.
It's good.
In order to send that text message as of late January, early February of 2022, did your phone have a passcode on it?
Yes.
Have you had that for several years?
Yes.
In order to send a text chain, do you have to enter the passcode to your phone first to unlock it?
Correct.
And so it would have been you who sent that message.
Yes.
And having reviewed the content of that text chain, were you able to identify which entries were typed and sent by Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Who is he on that text chain?
He's listed as local user.
Okay, and it says local user, and there's a bunch of letters and numbers after that.
Correct.
Everybody else is identified by a phone number,
Yes, or a nickname.
and actually, even the ones with a nickname have a phone number, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So 3 of them have nicknames, correct?
Yeah, I see 2 on the first page here.
Do you see? Of the
Oh, third on the bottom. Yes, I see 3.
So you see 3
Yeah,
there.
Yes. Yes.
And so of the 9, we have 3 nicknames with phone numbers, right?
Yes.
We have 8 phone numbers total, right?
Yes.
And 1 local user.
Correct.
And you've testified the local user is Michael Proctor.
Correct.
And having known Michael Proctor for as long as you have, does he have any nicknames?
He does.
And what are his nicknames?
Chip and Bear.
Chip, C-H-I-P,
Yes.
and Bear, B-E-A-R.
Correct.
And having reviewed that text chain, is that a true and accurate document documenting the texts that were sent in that chain for the time period that is listed on N for identification?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer that subject to our discussions outside the presence of the jury.
Okay.
May I take it back from the witness?
Yes.
Exhibit 209.
Thank you.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Len?
Can I have exhibit 209 when it's ready, please? Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have we met before?
On Friday, I saw you. We didn't meet.
You had been friends with Mr. Proctor for about 30 years.
Yes,
Are you still friends with him?
I am.
Are you still close with him?
I am.
You were on a text chain with Mr. Proctor over the years.
Correct.
Did that include other friends of yours and Mr. Proctor's?
Did.
The extent of that text chain, did it go back many, many years?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at any records that summarize some of that text chain?
Yes.
Did it note that there were over 38,000 texts in that group?
I did notice the number, but it sounds accurate.
When there is conversations in that group, do you always respond to the conversation?
No.
There's a particular section or segment of those 38,707 text messages that were shown to you. Did you see that document?
I did.
Are you familiar with it now that you've seen it?
Now that I've seen it, yes.
In that document, are there inappropriate comments that your friend Michael Proctor made about one of his investigations?
There are.
Was it about this case here?
It was.
In those inappropriate comments, did other people on that text chain, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes,
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate comments?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
May we vote, please?
Sorry. I got a little bit distracted. I just realized that there's a text chain in as the gavel drops under the chat that Uda has been having. It's funny. I just wanted to go in because I've heard there is a document that has dropped, another motion from Mr. Breenan. And 1st of Jan, what's that? Jan's motion. Oh, okay, that was the, all right. No, that's cool. What's that one? Come on, man, download it, motherfucker.
Last question and answer.
Sir, do you know if Mr. Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police?
I do.
Did he tell you why?
It was in connection to this case. I believe it was based on his text messages that were sent to us.
Mm-hmm.
Based on these comments that are in exhibit?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Did you at any time ever defend or endorse these comments?
I did not.
Did you ever encourage him in his comments?
I did not.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you exhibit 209.
Thank you.
Come on, save it. Mm. Oh, I'll have to get it from somewhere else. Suit the goose, you'll have it. Oh, now you want to save it.
On the first page, ending in the numbers 27, there's a fuller number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry. On the first page, on the bottom of the page.
If you look to the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it.
Oh yes, and then it's blacked out next to it.
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
Yay! Look at you go. You dag.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There are
Phone
numbers.
Top
yes.
Are
box.
they partially
The top box.
blacked out?
No, the display names, it just lists phone numbers.
Okay. Are those numbers you recognize as the group of friends, including Michael Proctor?
They are.
As you read down that first box and go down to number of messages, do you see that?
Oh yes.
Is it 38,707?
Yes.
Is that for a time period between October 18, 2021 and August 31st, 2022?
Yes.
I'd like you to look at the third text message that begins with Chip. Without saying who it is, do you recognize that as one of the people in the group?
I do.
And what did the person write?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And the time this conversation was happening, were you part of this immediate conversation?
I was not.
Turn the page. Bottom right number is ending in 28. Do you see that page?
Yes.
Okay. Instead of a name, there's a local user with an ID. Is that Mr. Proctor's?
Yes, it is.
And does he respond to Chip, name of that BPD cop?
He does.
What does he say?
John O'Keefe.
What is the next question from somebody in the group?
How old?
And what does Mr. Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one.
She died of cancer and the father overdosed on her grave.
And then one of the group sends a message. What do they say?
Oh man, that's rough.
And what's Mr. Proctor's response?
Mid 40s.
Does somebody in the group then post a Facebook posting?
Yes.
Do you know what that's about?
I do not.
You can turn the page ending bottom
Yeah.
right 29.
Yes.
Somebody in the group ask another question.
Yes.
What do they say?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
This poor bugger put one text message, one, in that entire stream, which, I mean, he's a good choice because he shows no bias then, pretty much. But, yeah, not fair. One text message, you get your ass hauled in because of some primary school dickhead.
Would you speak up just a little so it's hard to hear with the fan on, not your
Sure.
fault?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And then I'd like you to go down to Mr. Proctor's next comment.
But all the powers that be want answer ASAP.
Mm-hmm.
What does one of the group respond with?
Gotcha.
Mr. Proctor,
Couldn't open it either.
do you know what he was talking about when he said he couldn't open it?
I'm guessing the Facebook link.
I'd like you to turn forward to bottom right 3-1. Do you see what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
John O'Keefe's Facebook page.
What does it tell us about John O'Keefe?
He went to Braintree High School, studied criminal justice at Northeastern, joined Facebook in 2008.
Turn the page, please. The first line from Bird, and I'll note this is January 29, 2022 at 10:56:39 p.m. Did I read that accurately?
Yes,
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's two responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
If you could turn to the next page, ending on 33. This is January 29, 2022 at 10:57:21 p.m. Could you read Mr. Proctor's two comments?
She waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
And one of the group asks a question.
She waffled him in quotation marks.
And how does he respond?
He was banged up.
Somebody in the group asks another question. What do they ask?
I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up?
And Mr. Proctor's response?
Nope.
Turn to the next page, ending in 34. This is at around 10:58:06 p.m., running through 10:59 p.m. Another question from the group. What did they ask?
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him.
And Mr. Proctor's two responses?
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
One of the group asks further down, what does... Sir, if you could either speak much louder or bring the microphone closer. We have a couple of fans back here. It's just difficult to hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's not your fault. If we can keep our voice up. So one of the group asks, what does, quote, she waffled him, quote, end quote, mean? And then asks, what's the story? Does Mr. Proctor return?
He does.
What does he say?
She hit him with her car.
Turn to the next page, please, ending in 3-5. And these texts are from 10:59:13 p.m. to 11:08 p.m. The person by the name of Bird asks a question. What does he ask? Or what does he say?
Okay, that's fucked up.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
Intentional or not?
And somebody in the group again.
Gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
Mr. Proctor's two responses.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
And the next one.
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
What does the friend say?
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page, ending in 3-6. These run from January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 39 seconds. The first comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m., 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
Liz Proctor.
No.
Okay. And What's the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
Not cat. It's the total opposite. They have to rescue themselves.
Would it mean-
Recuse themselves,
thank
excuse
you.
me.
Recuse themselves?
Yes.
And then a comment by somebody in the group?
Laughed at. Liz has got the blueprint.
On the next page, Mr. Proctor's comment?
Same with Canton.
At January 29, 2022, 11:02 p.m. and 15 seconds, there's a comment from one person in the group, number ending in 5051. Could you read that?
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops.
Next comment by Bird,
Something stinks.
and the comment by Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And the beginning of the next sentence has got to be, and finally, the last comment on that page,
She hot at least.
and that's a question mark.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Turn the page, please. Ending in 38. These messages begin at 11:05:57 p.m., run through 11:06:39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Does it begin with comments from Mr. Proctor?
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to say these words out loud?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Did you not pre-read these before you got on the stand? Like, did you not object to this shit beforehand? Like, surely that shouldn't come as a surprise to you. You read it not only when he wrote it, but when they asked you to, when they subpoenaed you to court. Perhaps it might have been a good idea to double check them too, you know. All right, I got all the documents in and uploaded.
Go ahead, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you. Sir, I'm appreciating that you're not comfortable with these words. These are not your words, are they?
No, they're not.
You didn't see them at the time.
I did not.
You've never condoned them or adopted them.
No.
In fact, you would denounce these, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't want you to say words that are not yours, so I'll say the words, and I'm going to ask you if I'm reading accurately. Is that better?
Yes.
Is that a fairer way to do it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh. Sleep well, Nana. Sleep well.
On January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 5 minutes, 57 seconds.
Hang on.
And this page ends at 11 p.m.
Nurse Jody speaking now. If it's green, antibiotics. It's infected. Okay? Just saying. You won't get rid of it otherwise. Sorry.
6 minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending
Yeah,
in number
absolutely.
38. Did I read that correctly?
But
Yes.
you're going to need Andy. So,
Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
oh,
That's
come
accurate.
on. Say it.
He
She's a
then
whack
says,
job cunt.
yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. Those are words that he wrote.
Those are the words.
And there's a response at the bottom from one member in the group stating, oh, she's skating.
Yes.
If he's friends with Proctor, he's definitely heard that word before. Although I don't know if they're still friends now, but yeah. They can't say it, can they? Like
Turn
on the
the
old town.
page, ending in 39. These begin on January 29, 2022, 11:06 p.m., 55 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Proctor
Now,
responds,
Simi, Simi was on the chat before the stream even started with a countdown as to the minute on when I was starting, and she's not here. Whack job.
0 chance she's skated. She's effed. She's fucked.
Yes,
Is that what he
Jackson
said?
it
did
is.
it beautifully.
And then one person in the group says, no ass bitch. Accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, no ass bitch.
Yes.
If you could turn to the page that ends in 4-3. You ready?
Yes.
Somebody in the group says, is that chick a smoke? And then the same person follows up with a question mark. Accurate?
Accurate.
Mr. Proctor responds, E-H,
Yes.
nutbag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot,
Yes.
leaks poo.
Yes.
Are those the words of Mr. Proctor?
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
Lovely.
You did.
And
Charming.
then a person in the group says, what are you guzzling on? And this is on, well, let me take a step back to be more clear. The comments I just read, Those weren't on January 29th. Those were on February 2nd, 2022.
Correct.
And the time is 12:50 p.m. 12:50 and 5 seconds p.m. begin the page.
Yes, beginning of the page,
So
yes.
these are different in time than the ones we read before, the series of text messages.
Correct.
Okay. And then at the bottom, one of the members of the group says, "What are you guzzling on?"
Correct.
And that's still February 2nd, 2022, and that's at 1:51:33 p.m.
Yes.
And then if you can turn to page that ends on with numbers 44,
Yes.
and this is on February 2nd, 2022, 1:52:24. Mr. Proctor says, "Nothing, writing a warrant."
That's accurate.
There are no further text messages?
From Mr. Proctor?
Yes, or anybody in this group that you have as part of this exhibit?
That was not the last comment.
Okay, let me look. Okay. Is there another YouTube video?
There is?
You were not part of any of these conversations with Mr. Proctor,
No,
but you're still friends with him?
I am.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested that he planted evidence in this case or any other case?
No,
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested framing a defendant, including this defendant?
absolutely not.
In all your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested tampering with evidence in this case or in any other case?
No, absolutely not.
Mr. Proctor was fired?
He was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, at the time Michael Proctor was revealing this information on this high school group chat, was this information public?
I have no memory one way or the other.
At the time Michael Proctor was texting these messages to you and your other high school friends, were Ms. Reed's medical conditions public? Did you know anything about Ms. Reed's medical conditions?
I didn't know anything about this case at all.
Yeah, how did you find out that?
Michael Proctor was the one revealing those details about the case to you and anybody on the chat who cared to read them, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about why Michael Proctor was fired, and I believe you answered in a shorthand way for these text messages. Were you aware he was fired for being biased?
I'm not aware of that.
Objection.
But the answer was he's unaware.
Were you aware that he was fired for revealing confidential information about an investigation?
I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that he was also fired for conduct unbecoming a state trooper and a lead investigator in this case?
I was not aware of that.
I have no further questions.
You're not aware that he was fired for conduct unbecoming because of these text messages?
My understanding was it was due to the text messages. I don't know the other details of the situation.
Do you know he was not fired for any accusations of planting or tampering with evidence?
I do not know that.
Do you know that he was not fired for doing anything to compromise the integrity of the evidence in this investigation?
I do not know that.
All right. So, sir, I am going to let you step down. And then, folks, I have an instruction for you that I should have read at the time that text messages came in. You can leave them right with Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you.
And you're all set. Thank you. All right, so I've told you folks previously, but I've got an additional instruction here. Before, and I think so you know this and you'll hear it at the end of the case as well. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. And here we've heard it be Michael Proctor and high school friends, the testimony was, I believe. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And also here, this text message chain was not being admitted for the truth of what's in the chain, but solely for the limited purpose of weighing the texts as they go to Michael Proctor's state of mind. And more specifically, whether or not that state of mind reflects any bias or omissions in the police investigations. So, all right. Is there another witness this morning? Okay.
Officer Kelly Dever to join us, please.
Okay.
step up, face the clerk, raise your right hand, please.
You saw the evidence you did in court during the case now here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning. Morning.
Morning, ma'am.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Kelly Dever, last name Dever.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a
President?
police officer,
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time?
When
When
you
I was
worked for the
employed there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department
Yes, I was.
as a sworn police officer?
Yes,
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023. Does that sound right? About right?
I know it was the summer of 2023.
Okay.
So,
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom of that page. Just glance at that and tell me once you familiarize yourself with that page of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift, so
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening in the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Done.
The nature of the call and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately
She's
followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to
Good.
Canton
Okay.
PD to take over dispatch?
Yes, so I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place, so I was already at the station.
Did you note whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No,
Do you now? At least
because of
familiar
this
with the
case,
name.
yes.
I spoke over you. I'm so sorry.
Also
Based on this
Kelly.
case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
One,
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
2, 3.
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes.
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
He had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Yes.
Okay.
4,
How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Yes.
Sustained is to form, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
Yes.
Who's Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally port, for instance?
So 2.5 years since I've...
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask a question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory where they are.
So has the media informed you that there were internal security monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
What do you recall from the dispatch room, as you put it? What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been in the Sally port at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Sally port?
A Sally port is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You're aware that the Sally port garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that
It's a smart ass.
serviced the Sally port garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent. And if you don't have them, but you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right. There were cameras in the Sally port.
Thank you.
Yeah, fuckface.
Ms. Dever, do you want to be here today?
No.
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection, this isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions. Not, I understand that.
Do you want to be here today now?
I'm put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You have never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
No clue whatsoever as you sit here why you might have been called to stand.
Oh,
No.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
No, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath.
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
Objection.
So I'm going to see it sidebar for just.
Sure.
does anyone know what the fuck she is there for? Sidebar. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here come again. Sidebar swoop. And double up.
That sidebar, feel the groove.
And go again.
Sidebar swoop, it's in your sight. Like and subscribe. Oh, don't be shy.
Yep. Let me at it. Absolutely. Why? I don't know. I don't even remember. Yeah. I don't remember her name from the first trial, and I've studied this inside and out. The wrong address to who? And no comprende. Come on. L. Oh. Ha. Now in Elizabeth, Anita.
One of the cameras, one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that, one of the other Sallyport garage cameras?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, it was a little bit clunky on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for an assumption. Now, I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we're talking about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
My clarification.
How long?
So I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
What's the fucking issue?
Yes.
Thank you.
The fuck?
What time about did you take over the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out. So I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation. I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day?
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sallyport while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior
let
to
me
the
ask
first,
the question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was provided factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this. Were you advised that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No.
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained as to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you of anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
So we had a willing conversation.
Yes or no?
I don't recall.
So, okay, there's your answer.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it
Okay,
wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent.
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you only one at a time, okay?
As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you, in fact, saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
He can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay. Did you indicate that you noted Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You and I spoke along with Mr. Unetti and Ms. Little on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime, maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to the Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
It had to have been before the first trial. So, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force, generally, at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office, on the Boston Police Department?
She
No.
did not testify in the first trial.
5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual for would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss a matter?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry classes at Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustain.
Do you know of any of your colleagues with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance?
Objection.
That's sustain.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General counsel of the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
During the conversation we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during that conversation.
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
Have you ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
during my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm gonna see you type out on this.
What? What do you mean? There you go, Jody. So she can't remember most things, but can remember that her recollection back then was wrong. What? Yeah. Yeah. Someone fill me in. Someone fill me in. I don't. I don't even know who she is or what she's done. Because she didn't testify in the last trial. Please explain. Yeah, I'm confused too. Did she just say it then? Whilst I was looking in the... I'm going to have to replay it.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No,
When was it?
during my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm gonna see you type out on this.
Okay, so that was the FBI.
It was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes,
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to the Commissioner Michael Costa's office?
it had to have been before the first trial. So, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay.
All right, there's the
You recall how long you
FBI.
had been on the force, generally, at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office, on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes,
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss a matter?
it was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry classes at Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to a commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Keep up,
Do you know of
Jody.
any of your colleagues?
Keep up, Jody. I'm doing 4 things at once in the background.
With your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance.
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Yeah, I heard that bit.
Me and him, the two of us.
General counsel of the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
Did the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during
Sustained.
that conversation. We
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
You ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm going
Objection.
to see you at sidebar on this.
Boston Police Department fully supports you. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, when we left off, I was asking you about the meeting at the commissioner's office. And I want to clear this up. Was general legal counsel in that office or not when you had a meeting with the commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
That's a direct quote. So I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the commissioner's office and told you 2 things? Commissioner Cox told you, number 1, the Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Deaver, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever. And
That's my mistake. Let's see, you want me to repeat the question so I get
So,
that right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the
I didn't ask you
other.
what his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
That he supports me.
And
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
his words were, do the right thing, correct?
I don't recall.
How many other times have you testified in a court of law during the course of your job?
Two dozen, 3 dozen.
And
Actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
in any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no comments, okay? Just,
You understand the question?
The question, yes. The implication,
The question is, in any of those, I'm asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases, Officer Dever, not including this one, has Commissioner Michael Cox ordered you up to his office to discuss your testimony?
no.
Thank you.
all right, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
The defense team, Attorney Jackson asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer?
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
That night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with the suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about 1.5 years after the occurrences of that night.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about 1.5 years later. It was the August of 2023 meeting. So actually 1 year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you 1 year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sally Port area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you had told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sally Port area that day?
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sally Port until about 1.5 hours after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
When I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you. But
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team, and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No.
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you, have you received any negative pushback because of you sharing your memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
Not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
Well, you mentioned the media sent you something. What did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
So inevitably, you were contacted by the defense?
Yes, prior to the first trial.
You mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury?
Yes.
Who did that?
One of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you? Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They became very aggressive, raised their voices. And the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was essentially the thing I remember most because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was. Your demeanor.
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route with someone who is, from a factual timeline, saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
And by the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about creating or collecting evidence or doing anything like that?
No, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help her side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustain.
With a strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from Boston Police Department given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
No.
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No.
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shape your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department Commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people at the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were threatened with perjury, how long was that conversation with the defense?
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Thank you for your time.
Right. So if I'm getting this, if I'm understanding this, she was on the desk. Her shift finished at 3:45, and she made a statement to someone saying that she saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the Sallyport with the Lexus. And then it turns out that the Lexus didn't arrive until like the 5:30 time. So when she realized that, then she says, well, no, that I couldn't have seen that because I'd finished my shift by then. Is that the gist I'm getting? Like, how could you unsee something? Like, I don't get it. Now, what have I missed in chat? Sorry. Ah, you've all been cheating. Ah, that's lovely. So she should, Dylan. You support that channel unbelievably. You have huge contribution to that, and you deserve it. Well done. Congrats. Congrats. Yes, Lisa is Miss Shorty. All right, so she's saying that when she was leaving, she saw them there. So now she's, yeah, exactly. How could you say you saw, like you named two people and Alexis in the Sallyport and then say, well, no, I couldn't have seen them. It must have been an apparition because I left at 3:45. But then she said earlier in her testimony that she was doing overtime. So, no, no comprendo still. I'll go over the whole thing again. I'll have to.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Actually, it'd be interesting to once the transcript is out. I wonder if there's anything prior. Was she in any of the pre-trial? She got a deposition or anything, or I wonder. I can find that.
A male voice on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury.
Yes,
You're a police officer, correct?
yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
Huh.
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
Police officers.
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court
Right.
setting.
You
Who
ever seen a
charges?
defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Personally, no.
Right. Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes.
That's it.
'Cause
That's
I
it.
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
Oh,
You have a report?
FBI.
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes,
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a
No.
report to that effect?
no.
No. Your job as a police officer is to be objective, isn't it?
Yes,
You're not supposed to take an adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just right down the middle, just the facts, as you know them, correct?
Yes,
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second. What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday.
Then, Miss Fact Finder. Oh, nothing that I found. Can you have a search for any depositions with her name on it, or any documentation or anything whatsoever? Because she didn't testify in the first trial, but she may have had a deposition taken, obviously, by, like, in August last year, by someone. Yes, but surely that has to be somewhere. That interview would have been recorded, and I wonder if it's in. It might be in the gavel drops as part of a motion in at the beginning of this trial. Perhaps. I'll have a look.
Deborah thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the sally port of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the sally port when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
So beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement, Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that. So yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say,
I'm objecting.
All right, so you have to ask differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this. Bring that with you, please.
Oh. Yeah, but they would have had to have the defense would have had to have requested to admit it as evidence into this trial, and no doubt there would have been an objection by Hanky Spanky. So it should be in the court filings. Let's have a look. August. Let's go into Sloofy Goosey. So October. Sorry, that's go back 24. November, October. Okay. July. Back a little bit further.
may I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Officer Dever, did you go on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sally Port for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection of the time.
Okay.
So yes.
Have you ever heard of, by the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that you knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me. You
Yes.
understand that?
Yes.
You remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? You remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not
Yes.
my question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Dever. Did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
Oh, you
Okay,
fucker!
so
You
the answer is I
fucking
don't
little.
remember. No
Yeah.
comments.
More than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so no comments, just questions, please.
Do you recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
Objection.
comments?
I'm going to allow it.
That we were looking for the truth.
Which I gave you. Yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony?
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
That's what you're trying to do. So yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that. So that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh,
I don't
I know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you spoken with anyone, not Mr. Brennan, he's covered that. Have you spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
No,
Never?
unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all, in any regard?
Not to my recollection,
How about indirectly?
not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of the trial, this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I work during the day shift, no.
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn police officer. You don't know what sequestration means
No,
in terms of witnesses? Not
No.
watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
no, I wasn't aware.
But you did tune in to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
And you did, in fact, on August 9th, 2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes.
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
Yes,
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
yes.
Correct. That's all I have.
Well, I can't find it there. Let me have a look somewhere else.
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No,
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No, and I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officers back in 2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know that?
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes,
You understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth. Do you understand that?
yes,
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
yes,
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
no,
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
no,
After being shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022 at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sally Port at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sally Port with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
there is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
Objection.
No, allow it.
All right, 1 second. 1 second. I might have found something here. Yeah. Okay, so this is September 10th, 2024, and it is to do with, apparently there was a recording that was caught in Sergeant Good's patrol cruiser, and they were looking to obtain a copy of that audio recording. And this is the court. This is what
Is that at approximately 6:30 a.m. on a dash cam video, an officer Good, as a matter of fact, a Canton police officer, states to Detective Lank that he is going to quote unquote section her.
That's about Karen. So I wanted just give me the information. It's okay. So during April pre-trial hearing, Alan Jackson told the court that Canton Police Sergeant Good was overheard on a police cruiser audio recording at approximately 6:30 a.m. stating of Karen Reid that he was going to section her. Okay. Yeah. This alleged audio was never been played to the first jury, and David Yannetti did not ask Sergeant Good about this during his cross. 6:40 run. The reason David Yannetti did not ask Sergeant Good about his section her comment is because Sergeant Good did not make this comment until after Karen Reid's father had called 911. After William Reid had called 911 requesting a protective order for his killer daughter, Karen Reid, okay, Officer Kelly Denver contacted Sergeant Good stating, Dispatch Officer Kelly Denver can control to 682. Sergeant Good, 682, responding. Dispatch Officer Kelly Denver, are you aware of the party on scene or the caller named Karen? Sergeant Good, affirmative. Dispatch Officer Kelly Denver, I have her father on the line. She's been making suicidal comments. Listen to Officer Denver and Sergeant Good. Oh, okay. Let's listen to it.
Should this military-grade zoom lens be illegal, this is the Starscope Monocular, the most powerful pocket telescope the world has ever seen, and it's finally available to the public, at least for...
Australian energy suppliers
Oh
don't want you to know about this trick to warm up houses for practically zero cost.
Controller Canton 682. 682. Are you aware of the party on scene or the caller named Karen? I have her father on the line. She's been making suicidal comments.
Right. Sergeant Good actually stated was, I'm going to section her. So we know where
There's a simple brainwave method that can rev up your brain power and help you easily manifest abundance and wealth.
Stop.
So what's interesting...
Stupid. Why is that still playing? Go away.
It's actually just you. Young men, you are still, even though you make up 94% of...
Stop.
We know where she is.
Right. Play.
I'm going to section her so we know where she is.
Okay. Oops. Sergeant Good then called
Turn
Kerry.
off central heating immediately.
Stop
And
it.
plug this in to slash winter energy bills by 85%. This plug-in heater is being called
like a stay-at-home son. They did.
Stop. Oh my God. Sergeant Good then called Kerry Roberts and asked her to return Karen to Fairview Road to complete the Section 12 paperwork. Okay. Ambulance 2 arrived on scene around 6:50 to transport Karen to the Good Samaritan. Reid. Ah. The hell? All right, I'm going to have to do a deep dive into that. This looks like it's all I don't know. Karen Reid call report. Can I zoom in on that? Can't even read it myself. 29th, 02:30. Kelly Roberts, outgoing. Outgoing. Incoming. Don't know who they're to. Erin O'Keefe. Outgoing. Incoming. Well, that's Kerry Roberts. That's Laura Sullivan. That's Jeffrey Penders. Who's Jeffrey Penders? Why was she called? Oh, incoming from Laura Sullivan. Okay. Ingrid Miller. Paul O'Keefe. Kevin Corrin, I think. Nathan Reed. Paps or Papa. Kerry Roberts. Kerry Roberts. Dad. Bud. Kaylee. Erin O'Keefe. Dad. So this is still the 29th. Okay, so 6:44 here. What was that? 6. Oh, it's going backwards in time. Okay. Okay, so this is like 5:30 in the morning. Incoming from Jen McCabe, incoming from Kerry Roberts at 5:30, incoming from Camerano at 5:30, outgoing to John O'Keefe, incoming Kelly Roberts, outgoing can't read it. Outgoing John O'Keefe. Now we're at 6:30. Outgoing Dad. 6:31. Outgoing Dad. 6:31. $6:32. Dad. Mrs. O'Keefe. 6:37. Dad. Kaylee. 6:44. Katie Camerano. 6:44. Dad. 6:44. Dad. 6:49. Erin O'Keefe. 6:50. Kaylee. 6:56. Bud, I think. It's Bud or Dad. Dad. Kerry Roberts. Papa? Is it Papa? Jennifer McCabe. I don't know. I don't understand what's going on. I'm a tad confused. Anyway. Let's get back to it. Yes. Oh, what have I missed? Sorry. Have another look. Alan has her. Okay. I wonder if that's available. The grand jury just testimony. That sounds like an FBI interview. She's a jerk. But I don't understand how you could say, okay, I just saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the Sallyport and report that to someone and then go, oh, no, I mustn't have seen that because, like, my shift ended an hour and a half before that. Like, It doesn't make sense. It's like, yeah. She told the FBI that when she was leaving work, she saw Higgins. Yeah. Yeah, but that Sally Port video was done early in the morning. It'll be on FBI, yes. I had a look at the recent discovery, couldn't find anything on there, and I went right back to June of last year of the motions, pre-trial motions, couldn't find anything. Actually, I went further back than that. So, hello, how you doing? No worries, bro. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna have to dig deeper into this once this is yeah. I'm gonna turn this fan off too. It's freezing in here now.
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes.
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
Yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there'd be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
Yes.
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
Yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course.
So why did you come in here?
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on the stand.
Thank you.
One question.
Okay.
Your entire job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
And if you agreed that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
So I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agreed with me, you have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No,
if you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Sally Port, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
It's not possible I saw
If you
that.
agreed with me, would you be implicating the reputation of two officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
I'm still.
That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that question.
That's all I got.
I'm confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No.
You never implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
No.
So when you talked to those agents, did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's license at all?
No,
Never.
no,
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
All right, Officer Debbie, you're awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, jurors will take our morning recess, 20 minutes.
All rise, please. Close your notebooks and follow me.
Follow me, please. Then you're going to step up and face the court and raise your right hand. Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May I have a seat?
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right,
Morning.
Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Maree Russell, Russell.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Yes, I am an emergency physician and a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
For over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For over 30 years.
Do you have a medical license?
I do, several.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988.
What medical licenses do you currently hold?
Well, I have a physician and surgeon license in California, I have a medical license in Massachusetts, New York, and Idaho.
Where did you attend college?
I attended both MIT and Northeastern University here in Massachusetts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's in Massachusetts.
When did you attend pre-med and what was your major for MIT?
Yes, when I was at MIT, that was in 1972 to early 1974, I took pre-med courses. My major was biology, but I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No.
Why not?
Unfortunately, my mother became sick with cancer, and I ended up going back to New York.
Where did you ultimately obtain your bachelor's degree and which degree was it?
Well, after my mother passed away, I came back to Massachusetts, and ultimately I obtained my degree at Northeastern University. And what was the other part of the question?
Did you have any distinction with regard to your degree that you achieved from Northeastern?
Yes, I obtained a bachelor's degree with highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes.
Where did you attend medical school and when did you obtain your medical degree?
I attended the University of Massachusetts in Worcester medical school, and I obtained the medical degree in 1987.
Did you complete any residencies? And if you also could just explain to the jury very briefly what a residency is.
Yes, I completed an internship and residency in emergency medicine initially. And what that is internship is and residency both are very intense years of study and training and getting experience in a particular area. So I obtained the I completed the internship and residency in emergency medicine.
Where did you obtain those internships and residencies?
Well, I was interested in emergency medicine, so I went to Los Angeles because they had a very, very busy emergency medicine program.
And it may be obvious, but let's just make it perfectly clear. Why is Los Angeles very busy for an emergency medicine practice?
Well, it's a big city. And in this particular hospital that I was at, it was right in the heart of the city. It was in the, near the downtown, but it was in a very, very busy and underserved area. So it was very busy.
Did you complete any fellowships? And could you please explain to the jury the significance and prestige of a fellowship?
Yes. So after my residency in emergency medicine, I then decided to do a second residency. And that was in pathology, in anatomic pathology. Pathology, of course, is the study of disease. And so I did the 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the same busy medical center. And after that, I did a fellowship, 2-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
What did your forensic pathology fellowship involve?
Well, forensic pathology
training involves the investigation of deaths, usually sudden and unexpected deaths. And so, so I investigated many death cases. I performed over 500 autopsies at the medical examiner's office for sudden and unexplained, sometimes unexplained, sometimes very obvious deaths, but sudden deaths. And then in addition to that, there were classroom hours, there was on-scene time, there was time in the crime lab. We spent a week at the crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. So it was a very, very comprehensive training program.
Approximately how many autopsies were you performing a day?
Oh, usually 1 to 2, unless there was another assignment.
In addition to performing the 1 or 2 autopsies a day, did you attend any conferences or participate in any forensic case discussions as part of the fellowship?
Yes, so it was very organized, and we had conferences on some, mostly Thursdays, but also sometimes on Tuesdays. Interesting case conferences or very structured lectures.
You spoke of cases. Can you briefly tell the jury so they have an understanding of the type of cases that you would typically work on as part of your forensic pathology fellowship?
Well, there were many unexplained deaths, so some of them would be natural deaths in somebody who might be a little younger than usual old age. And then there were cases where there might be a drug overdose. Many cases were accident victims, including car accident victims and other kinds of accidents. There were quite a few homicides, and in fact, many homicides, and quite a few suicides.
Did any of those cases deal with wounds and wound patterns and wound identification?
Many of them, in fact, I would say almost most of them, because part of the examination, and a very important part of the examination, is the external examination of the body. So before I was allowed to even start an autopsy, I had to do a complete external examination of the decedent's body, looking for any kinds of wounds or abnormalities.
We'll come back to wound pattern recognition a little later. But again, I think it's probably clear to most people, but just to be ultimately clear, when you talk about external, can you just elaborate a little what you mean by that?
So the external examination is of the exterior of the body, the skin, the hair, the eyes, looking for, amongst things looking for also would be rashes and scars and those sorts of things. So that's the external examination.
In external, Dr. Russell, is to be contrasted with what?
Oh, with an internal examination. So after all that is done, and there were some other things that had to be done too, like looking at examining the clothing, or looking at x-rays, if there were x-rays available from the medical examiner's office, and of course, reading the medical record that was available. After all that was done, then I would proceed with the examination of the internal structures of the body, including the organs, the soft tissues and muscles underneath the skin, the bones, etc.
Do you have any certifications?
Quite a few.
Can you name them, please?
Well, I'm
board certification. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Doctor.
Okay, so I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and that was after the residency training, had to take a qualifying examination, and then I've had to be recertified. I think it's 3 times now. I just recertified again, so I'm certified for another 5 years.
What do you have to do to get board certified and maintain that significant certification?
Well, presently, to get board certified, one has to complete a residency in emergency medicine. And so that is, depending on the program, either 3 or 4 years long. I went to a 4-year program. And then I had to take examination, both a written examination, very long written examination, and then an oral examination where I was questioned by many established emergency physicians on the various kinds of cases that might present to the emergency department. They would give you an unknown, and you would have to talk about how you would care for that person.
Do you have any affiliations with any professional organizations?
Yes.
Hello. How you doing? Afternoon. Oh, yes. Yes, you're going to want to hear the spicy testimony. La Master. Hello, La Master.
I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm a fellow of the the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then I have some memberships in some other organizations.
What does it take to achieve fellow status that you just mentioned?
So in order to be a fellow, it depends on the organization, but in order to be a fellow, you usually have to be a member for a certain number of years, member in good standing. And then for some of the organizations, you have to have attended some of their national meetings. For some of the other organizations, and possibly have presented a study or a paper or something at the national meeting. Other of those organizations, it's a little bit variable, the membership for a certain number of years.
In addition to all of that education, background, experience, do you have any specialized training and experience with regard to investigations of death?
Well, yes. So again, the focus of the forensic pathology was investigations of death, but also in my job as an emergency physician at the hospital I was at for 29 years, I had both clinical responsibilities, meaning in the ER, taking care of patients, and administrative responsibilities, meaning committees and, office type work. And so one of my responsibilities during that time was to be director of the Quality Improvement Committee. And as director of the Quality Improvement Committee, of course, I had to do death reviews. So analyzing, studying the people who came to the emergency department and was subsequently either pronounced dead or died in the emergency department.
So now let's move to a slightly different topic. Let's discuss your work experience. What do you currently do for work?
I work for the Medical Board of California, and I do some private consultation work.
Describe your work briefly for the Medical Board of California, including what is the board, what's its responsibilities, and what do you do in your role in working for the Medical Board of California?
So the medical board is a part of government, I think, that is established to basically police the doctors and some other health professionals. So what the role of the medical board is to protect the public health, to protect them from misdeeds by healthcare professionals, particularly doctors. So. Would you like me to go on?
So in terms of the medical board, just a last question with regard to that. What type of knowledge do you have to have with regard to the practice of medicine to be able to assist the board in evaluating whether certain doctors have met the standard of care in a whole host of areas of the practice of medicine? What type of knowledge do you have to have?
Well, you certainly have to be up to date. You have to be quite knowledgeable on current treatment standards, what is considered the actual standard practice of medicine, and be up to date on literature and what things that are currently accepted as the good practice of medicine.
Prior to your current role, where did you work and when?
Well, before becoming a doctor,
we can do it for maybe a little more for the jury. If you could go just before the medical board where you work, or do you want to do it from the beginning? Whatever way is best for you, doctor.
Doesn't really matter. Most recently, I worked for the state of California, the prison system. I was the medical director of the, or what they call the chief medical executive of one of the high security prisons in California. I did that for 5 years after retiring from my Los Angeles County job, which I held for 29 years.
And briefly describe generally your duties in that role.
So as chief medical executive, it was my duty basically to run the medical department. So I hired physicians, I supervised the physicians, made sure that they were providing the standard of care to the inmates that they were assigned to take care of. I reviewed many of their charts. I reviewed transfers and requests for services outside, such as specialty services, orthopedic surgery services, and other kinds of services. And I reviewed every single death that occurred during my years there.
So you just said you investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during your time in that role?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations were there that you performed?
I think approximately 60.
Now, did you have any involvement there in examining or identifying wounds of deceased individuals?
I did. My office was in the medical building, and it was very close to what was the equivalent of the urgent care center on site. And so when the patients would come in with an extreme injury, a very serious injury or near death, I would frequently go over right to the urgent care because that was my specialty. That was, my interest. And even though there was a doctor or another practitioner assigned to care for the patient, I would oversee that. And I would also, examine the patients, look for wounds, look for, signs of injuries. There were some, in some of these cases, there were some deaths, and I would examine those bodies very carefully for any kinds of wounds, just like I had done in the coroner's office for those years.
To move this along, before you became the chief medical executive at Corcoran, where did you work and what did you do?
So I worked for 29 years, I worked at what's called the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center. Now, I know that's a lot to say. It was a county hospital that was affiliated with a medical school. It used to be called, prior to that, prior to when I got there, it was called General Hospital. It was a 19-story building, General Hospital. Well, no. And now it's actually called LA General or something of that nature. So, anyways, that's where I worked for 29 years. And as I said, I had a variety of different roles there.
Can you just briefly name off the roles that you had while at the General Hospital?
So as I mentioned earlier, there was always a clinical component to what I did. I always had shifts in the emergency department where I had to see patients and supervise interns, residents, physician assistants, nurse practitioners. So in addition to seeing my own patients, that I would also supervise them as they were seeing their patients. So that was the clinical role. Then there was an administrative role. And my administrative roles ranged from director of what they called life support training, which provided training to the trauma surgeons and the neurosurgeons regarding things such as advanced trauma life support and also to ER doctors. So director of life support training, director of QA. For many years, I was director of the jail unit, which was a very unique unit at this hospital. For a hospital, it was a very unique unit in that it had three components: a dedicated ER, a dedicated for jail patients or patients in custody, a dedicated clinic for in custody patients, and a dedicated inpatient. So it's three sections dedicated to in custody services. I was medical director of that for a while.
In addition to all that, were you also a professor?
I was an assistant professor.
Assistant professor. And what did you teach? Just a brief summary of what you taught.
Well, most of my teaching was clinical, bedside teaching, rather than in lecture halls. I would occasionally give lectures to the residents, the residency group, which was about 50 doctors.
And those residents are medical doctors, correct?
Yes, they are. Yes,
Yep.
they are medical doctors. So I would occasionally give lectures to them, but a lot of the teaching was actual bedside teaching.
Switching gears just a little bit and segueing. Over your course of your career as an emergency department physician and otherwise, did you treat individuals with animal-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And did any of those animal-inflicted injuries involve dogs?
Yes.
And generally, is it correct to say that in terms of dogs, there's sort of the canine police dogs, and then there's the civilian dogs with which most people have experience?
Yes.
Are those two categories that you're familiar with, you're comfortable, as we discuss dogs, to have canine versus civilian?
Yes, because the injury patterns are a little different.
Okay. So what is the difference between a canine dog on the one hand and a civilian dog on the other?
Well, generally, civilian dog bites are rather minor. Generally, puncture wounds, maybe some slight avulsions, skin defects, slight skin defects, usually not major. Whereas in the canine or trained police dog bites, the wounds the wounds I saw, were extensive wounds where there was extensive ripping, tearing, crushing of tissue. And many times even injuries to the muscles and blood vessels underneath.
From your experience, do you know why the injuries from a canine dog are as you describe them, as opposed to injuries from a civilian dog?
Well, in the LA area at that time, the dogs were taught to bite and hold. So they would, the canine dogs would get a grip on the individual that they were pursuing and then hold on, even if the individual was trying to pull away. And so there were oftentimes tearing injuries to those because that's how the dogs were trained at that time.
Even with canine dogs, did you ever see injuries from canine dogs on humans that were not a complete bite, that were an incomplete bite?
Yes. So if the dog missed on the first attempt at a grab, the teeth might only scratch the surface of the, usually extremity, by the way. And so you get what I consider an incomplete dog bite because it was just scratch marks from the teeth. But the dog would then, try a second time and third time.
Now let's go to civilian dogs, a term used for household-born dogs of household pets that people have. Can you describe from your experience the type of wounds from those civilian dogs that you would see and contrast it with what you just described for a canine dog?
Generally, they were minor. So a scratch, a puncture wound, maybe a little tearing of the skin, a little skin flap, but generally much, much different.
In your 30, did you say about over 30 years experience in the emergency medicine department?
Mm-hmm.
What did you see more of? Civilian dog wounds on humans or canine wounds?
Actually, it depended on where I was assigned at the time. So in the very beginning, because the jail unit was one of my first assignments, I saw these terrific, horrific wounds, many of them. I learned that what was in the textbooks about how to treat them was so wrong because these patients many of them needed hospital admission, intravenous antibiotics, and many of them needed surgery. And what I was reading in the textbook was, that they, you could patch them up and clean up the wound and send them home with, sometimes with antibiotics, sometimes without. But anyway, so initially what I was seeing a lot of in the very beginning was the law enforcement dog bites because I was assigned to jail. And also I was very interested in this because I used to be a police officer. And before going to medical school, I was a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts for 7 years. And so I had this interest in law enforcement type injuries sustained, during the arrest process, et cetera, et cetera.
So you had an early interest in with regard to dog inflicted wounds on humans and a police officer. Where were you a police officer in Massachusetts and when?
In the city of Malden, I was appointed as first woman police officer in 1977 to 1984, full-time.
And while you were a police officer, were you doing that full-time and anything else while you were a police officer? Were you pursuing school while you were a police officer, your college education, or was it separate?
No, I was a full-time police officer working the night shift. And I was attending Northeastern University part-time during the daytime to pursue my degree.
Were you a sworn duty police officer?
Yes.
Full member of the police force?
Yes.
Did you attend academy?
Yes, I attended the Boston Police Academy.
In how many years were you a Boston police officer?
No,
I'm not Boston, the Ball.
I was Malden police officer for 7 years, full-time.
Now let's go back to your emergency department and other experience. Can you approximate how many dog bite injuries you provided treatment for while an emergency department physician?
Overall?
Overall.
Well, I don't know the exact answer, but I estimated it at a very conservative number of 500 dog bites because, would you like my methodology?
Oh, please.
Okay. So I considered that even though I worked there for 29 years, I would take 25 years and 40 weeks out of the year, because the other weeks I might be assigned something special, a special rotation or a special assignment or vacation or some kind of course. So 25 years, 40 weeks per year, that's 1,000 weeks. So even if I only saw one dog bite at this busy trauma center, that would be 1,000 dog bites in my career. But I just took it in half. I cut it in half and said I think at least 500.
In addition to the 500, did you oversee other physicians or healthcare professionals like physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners, who themselves were treating and observing dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes.
And approximately how many of those, in addition to the 500 you just calculated?
Well, I generally supervised about 3 to 4 people per shift. med students and interns, residents, whatever, all those people. And so I would say very conservatively another 500.
In terms of other work, I want to shift just a little bit in the emergency department. Did you encounter injuries from persons involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And you mentioned you were in Los Angeles. And in terms of those, can you approximate how many humans you saw and treated and diagnosed in the emergency medicine department from motor vehicle accidents?
Well, it was a very busy level 1 trauma center.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
So level 1 trauma center is the highest designation that a trauma center can have. And there are many requirements in place in order for a medical center to be a level 1, including 24-hour in-house neurosurgery, 24-hour in-house orthopedics, and an active research program, and many, many, many more requirements, and a certain level of training for all of the ER docs and all of the trauma surgeons. So we were level 1 trauma center, one of the busiest in the west of the Mississippi. And the hospital was located near some major freeways. So we saw lots of patients from motor vehicle accidents. But if I were I would say, if I took the 1,000-week number again, if I saw, at least 3, motor vehicle accidents per week, that's 3,000 at least. And that's just me. That's not the interns, residents that I'm working with.
So shifting again a little bit, as medical director of jail medical services at General Hospital, can you just describe a little bit about the work there? Similar to what you just described, or is it a little different?
So in the jail medical services, we dealt with people who were in custody. Some of them were also, drunk drivers and under arrest. Some were, they were arrested for a variety of reasons. Anyways, and if they were in custody, rather than have them in the main emergency department, we had a special emergency department for them. And so we would see, interesting cases there.
In terms of being a professor, is that your time as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles? Is that where you were an adjunct professor?
Yes. So while I was doing all this, I also had a part-time job teaching a course called Legal Medicine to graduate students, master's level students in the criminalistics master's program at Cal State University.
And in terms of topics, just briefly, some of the topics you would have taught them, and particularly any that may be apropos to why you're here today.
So knowing that many of these students were going to go on to work in crime labs or be crime lab directors someday, what I needed to do was to teach them about the aspects of a crime scene that dealt with a body or someone who was injured or killed. And so we dealt with things such as time of death, postmortem changes, wound analysis on the body, looking for different patterns of wounds or types of wounds that could direct them into, to steer them in their investigation. Let's see, so many other things. Yeah.
There was a little bit of a noise here when you were talking about wounds and patterns. Could you just repeat that aspect of it?
Sure. So when a criminalist or a crime scene investigator goes to the scene, they have certain duties to attend to, and they need to be aware, that certain kinds of wounds, might indicate certain types of deaths. For instance, gunshot wounds in certain locations, or lacerations or stab wounds in certain locations might mean that this could be a suicide. This could be a homicide. They need to know, if there's something that might look like resemble a bite mark, that maybe that area needs to be swabbed or photographed, especially, and et cetera. So that's basically, it was very basic, but that's whatever.
Let's now shift again to your work at the County of Los Angeles Department of the Medical Examiner's Office, or is sometimes called the Coroner's Office. When did you have that work, and what did that position involve?
So that was from 1993 to 1995. And as I mentioned, there was death investigations. I was assigned a certain number of cases myself, but we also reviewed cases that other doctors had. And I, given my curious mind, when I would do my autopsy, I'd also look at whatever other cases were going on. And there was typically 10 to 15 cases going on any given day. And so, so I learned a lot, not only from my cases, but from other cases.
Did you ever conduct an autopsy of any individual that sustained dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Please describe that autopsy.
That was a case I'll never forget. It was a young boy who had been attacked by 3 dogs, large dogs, but not specifically canine, law enforcement trained dogs, but 3 large dogs. And the wounds there were extensive wounds all over the body, or as best I can remember, including a wide variety, puncture wounds, some scratches, abrasions, contusions. There were a number of different types of wounds.
So let's now go, we talked about dogs and motor vehicles. I want to go back, please, to motor vehicles. Did you, as a forensic pathologist, did you ever conduct autopsies of decedents that were involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Hard to say. I'm not sure really, but probably at least, motor vehicle accidents, probably at least 20 or 30.
Did you conduct autopsies of victims of motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
Now, prior to working at the coroner's office, you worked at the jail emergency department at General Hospital that you described, right?
Yes.
And in that position, did you provide treatments to persons that suffered dog-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And just approximately how many? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Approximately, personally myself, about 40, but I was involved I worked as part of a team, and so I think we saw probably about 60 of these severe dog bites.
We're going to shift again to keep it moving. Have you authored or edited any publications on dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes.
And what publications, please?
So I was a co-author on 2 peer review articles in major emergency medicine journals. One of them was describing the law enforcement dog bites, injury patterns, and another one was more focused on the management of the law enforcement dog bites.
And did you, those are ones you co-authored, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever edit the work of others, articles or books as part of a peer review process?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes. I was asked to be a co-editor of a 2-volume series on forensic emergency medicine in a peer review article series. And one of the chapters in one of those issues was on it was on bite wounds. It was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, V-A-L-E, and who is a renowned board-certified forensic odontologist.
In terms of moving now from peer-reviewed articles you co-authored, peer-reviewed books and articles you edited, have you attended any seminars or talks or lectures on wound identification and or bite wounds?
Yes.
Just briefly describe a couple to give the jury a flavor of what those were.
Well, there have been many lectures on wounds of all sorts. And in the emergency medicine program, of course, there were lectures on wounds from various types of animals and how to treat them. In the forensic arena and at some of the professional organizations, there were lectures or talks on wounds. And also there was a yearly talk on bite wounds given by Dr. Vale at the coroner's office.
State perhaps the obvious. Have you had a lifelong interest in dogs and dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And is that a professional and a personal interest?
It's professional.
Right, mostly professional, as you've described it. Let's now keep moving and go to another topic. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Is that in state and federal court?
Yes.
What topics have you testified to in state and federal court?
Causes of death, wounds, child abuse, domestic violence, mostly causes of death.
Have you testified as an expert regarding emergency medicine?
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
Have you been found to be qualified as an expert in each of those categories in the courts in the United States?
Yes.
Have you ever not been qualified to testify in any court in the United States?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding identifying dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
No.
And why not?
Because it's, I mean, prior to this case, because it's not a topic that comes up very often.
So although it comes up often in your practice, in terms of whether it's an issue in court, is it, my understanding from your answer, it just doesn't come up that frequently?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other physician practitioner that would be testifying in court a lot on this topic, given what you just said about the infrequency of it coming up?
No, I'm not.
Now let's go on to what were in the last question on this line, give a general idea of the types of wounds that were at issue and whether there were any pattern wound issues in those cases that you've testified in court about.
Well, many of them were stab wounds. Some were blunt force wounds from, from a variety of mechanisms, including, assaults or motor vehicle accidents again, a lot of wounds from accidents, and then, of course, gunshot wounds.
Were those, the topics both living persons as well as deceased?
Yes.
Let's now move to, you've mentioned wound pattern, right? And are you familiar with the topic in the area of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what you mean by wound pattern recognition in your practice and from your experience? What is it generally? And we'll get to some more specifics as we go through.
Well, generally, pattern recognition is very important in medicine. It's important in a lot of different fields of medicine, including radiology. They look for patterns on x-rays. Pathologists under a microscope looks for certain patterns to identify cancerous cells, for instance. So pattern recognition is very important. And then as a subset, wound pattern recognition is of course, very important to physicians that deal with patients that, come in from the street, so to speak, from, who may have been assaulted, may have been child abuse victims, may have been domestic violence, elder abuse, those kinds of victims, because sometimes it's important to, or you learn that what actually happened is not what the patient or the relative or the presenter said happened. And so you have to discern or figure out what happened in a case. And so you have to be able to identify certain patterns and regions of the body, for instance, where wounds are, in order to make that happen. And so it's very important. It's emphasized in emergency medicine.
When you were in residency, were you taught wound pattern recognition methodologies?
Yes.
And is wound pattern recognition an area that you continue to learn and then gain experience from your over 30 years as emergency medicine physician?
Yes, it was emphasized in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology, in both fields. Very important.
Is wound pattern recognition a generally accepted methodology that is applied in the practice of medicine?
Yes.
And you've given a few examples of that pattern recognition methodology. Is that pattern recognition methodology generally accepted and discussed in the peer-reviewed medical literature?
It is in certain articles, right. Yes.
And we'll be getting to some of those. In terms of wound pattern recognition, just roughly how frequently in your experience as an emergency medicine physician did you have to exercise your skills in wound pattern recognition?
I would say probably weekly, because I always questioned, what the patient was telling me, and did it fit? Did the story make sense? So I did it quite often.
And was that particularly important in child abuse cases where you may not be getting the story and you'd have to look at wounds and make your own determination?
Yes.
Now let's go and slightly move on to a very similar topic as to whether you ever had to determine the source of the wound without any input from a patient.
Oh, yes, many times. Many patients arrive to the emergency department unconscious.
And that's one example of others. And with regard to language barriers, did you ever encounter that as an obstacle to you understanding what may have happened and you therefore had to exercise your pattern recognition skills?
Yes.
So now in terms of dog bites specifically, how often, if at all, did you have to look at a patient without input from anyone to determine whether it was from a dog?
Occasionally.
And can you recall any specific instance, or is it just you're recalling that you generally had to do it, but you can't recall a specific instance?
The second of that I generally had to do it. Sometimes, there was a language barrier and people couldn't describe what it was that bit them. And it was important to know because treatment for different types of bite wounds is very, very different.
And to be fair to the situation, you can't give any one specific. You remember this person was this age, et cetera, but you know that you did that on more than one. I'll withdraw that and go to the next area. Let's now talk about wound pattern recognition in the area of forensic pathology. What role does pattern recognition play in forensic injury analysis? And could you please just let the jury know what you mean by forensic injury analysis as regards pattern recognition?
Okay, so forensic analysis or forensic injury analysis is the analysis of injuries from a medical legal perspective. In some areas of medicine, the doctors are taught to just treat the injuries, and no figuring out about how it happened or what caused the injuries, so much as they treat. But in my case, both the emergency department and the forensic pathology training, I was interested in how the injury happened. That was a very important factor to me.
Why is pattern recognition important in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, you could look at a wound all by itself, an abrasion, for instance. Abrasion is a scratch. And in and of itself, it might not tell you how the wound occurred all by itself. But if there are a series of scratches or a series of lacerations or cuts, they can tell you more about how it happened.
And have you applied wound pattern recognition skills in your practice as a forensic pathologist?
Many times.
Could you just give the jury a flavor by just a few examples? Maybe two.
Okay. Self-defense wounds, for instance. An issue comes up often in court. If certain wounds were inflicted on purpose versus were they inflicted self-defense, and things like appearance and location can help you determine that. What was the question again?
It's just a few examples of applying pattern recognition skills in forensic pathology.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Oh, more?
No, more, yes.
Oh, yeah. Motor vehicle accidents, people who are struck by cars. There are certain patterns that one expects to see when a individual is struck by a car. And we're taught, to look for certain patterns, and that can help you determine if they were struck by a car.
In terms of motor vehicle accidents and patterns, can you give an example of some of the patterns you would expect to see in someone, and that you have seen in someone that is struck by a motor vehicle?
Oftentimes lower extremity fractures, for instance. Lower extremity bruises and fractures are commonplace for someone who is struck by a car.
And in your practice as an emergency medicine physician, a rough approximation of how many lower extremity injuries you have examined and evaluated with regard to motor vehicle accidents, including in the Los Angeles area?
Oh, I think probably hundreds.
Alrighty, so now let's continue with the topic that you were talking about. You called it defense injuries and wounds. I want to cover that topic. Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes, in terms of anatomy?
In terms of human anatomy. And with Your Honor's permission, could Dr. Russell point to her arm to show what she's referring to with regard to posterior surface for a defense injury?
Sure, go right ahead.
Let me explain just in general. Sure. Anterior is the front of the body. And
Excuse me, Dr. Russell, I'm sorry, if you want to stand up so the jury with Your Honor's permission.
Yes, are you comfortable standing up and doing this?
Yes. Okay. So many years ago, anatomists decided on a nomenclature for describing parts of the body. And so the way the body, the descriptions go is that you take a person in what they call the standard anatomic position, which is upright with their arms, their palms facing forward. palms facing forward. So that is the standard anatomic position. So anything in the front is anterior, anything in the back is posterior.
Could you point to the arm when you talk about anterior and posterior, please?
Yes. So with regard to the arm, if the palm is facing forward, that's the anterior. So the posterior part of the arm would be the back part that I'm touching right now. This back part of the arm and the back part of the forearm would be right here. So that's the posterior of the arm.
And what relation does the posterior of the arm have in determining whether or not a wound is a defensive wound?
Well, oftentimes when someone is being attacked, they will put their arm up to defend or protect their face, their neck, their chest, their vital organs, their vital parts of their body. So they put their arms up. And in doing so, the posterior part of the arm becomes presented to whoever is attacking them or whatever is attacking them. So this is the part of the arm that oftentimes gets injured when someone is defending themselves.
Thank you, doctor. How often have you observed and concluded regarding defensive wounds to the forearm?
Many times. I don't know. I don't have a number. 20, 30, I don't know. In terms of decedents. And then in terms of live people, many, many more.
I actually downloaded specifically her Vodia with Hank yesterday and did an analysis on it, which I have. It's very interesting. Hey. Stop it. Got a rogue pussy after my snacks. No. Piggy.
And if we just start with the posterior part of the forearm that you've described and you encounter wounds there, are those wounds indicative or highly indicative of anything?
Well, they're indicative of defensive wounds being caused in a, during a defensive action.
In your experience as a resident, a fellow, emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist, and your time at Cochrane, have you experienced and taught the topic of defensive wounds?
Yes.
Now let's move on to another topic. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Where did you gain your knowledge about the dental features of dogs?
Generally from reading articles.
And in terms of examining patients with dog-inflicted wounds, did that inform you anything about dog dentition or not?
Not specifically.
In terms of dog dentition, Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Thank you. May I put, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have this depiction marked as an exhibit for identification?
So for ID?
For ID only, yes.
Is it 000 for identification?
Oh. Just you wait, Henry Higgins.
Your Honor, may I hand it to you? I'm handing you Dr. Russell what has been marked for identification. 000 as in orange. Dr. Russell, do you recognize that depiction?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a diagram of canine dental anatomy.
And could you please, just for the jury, briefly describe dog dentition and what we mean by the term dentition? I think most know, but just for the record.
So I believe dentition just means the teeth and the shape of the teeth and of the mouth of the animal or person. And what this diagram shows is that in general, dogs tend to have a triangular mouth, meaning it comes to a narrowing towards the front of the mouth. It shows how many teeth a normal dog will have, and what they look like. There are different kinds of teeth, just like humans have different kinds of teeth.
In Your Honor, to assist the jury in the understanding of what Dr. Russell is speaking about, with Your Honor's permission, could we publish this as a chalk for the jury?
Is there any objection?
No, thank you.
Okay. Sure, go right ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your
Wilson.
Honor. And we'll enlarge, Mr. Woke, the Dr. Russell, where would you like to start with regard to this, just to give the jury a brief discussion of dog dentition? Which part of this should we zoom in on?
I think the lower half around the triangular upper and lower jaws, right there.
Right there? Very
Yeah.
good. And Mr. Woke, if you could just, to start with, pull it down just so we can see the headings, and more importantly, the jury can see the headings of those two diagrams that Dr. Russell has pointed out. Yes, and just enlarge that. Can you read what's on the left and what's on the right? Is it slightly blurry?
No.
It's slightly blurry.
Mandible, lower jaw, maxilla, upper jaw?
Yes, I can read it.
Right. Alrighty. So if we could then just reduce it back down so it's a little bit so that it's not distorted. And then Dr. Russell, if you could just talk about it. And before we do that, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Russell, we go to the depiction up above just to get the overall
And
picture
the left is the
up
lower,
above there
right is the upper.
of the dog. All right. Is that that's an overall picture, correct? Do you want to point out anything generally on that picture?
I don't have a pointer, but generally it's a side view, and it shows and it's a skeletal view, so there's no skin, and it shows that there are some prominent teeth. They're called the canine teeth, and then there are some smaller teeth in front of that.
Excuse me, if I could interrupt. Pardon my interruption.
Yes.
I'm just going to try to locate in the courtroom a pointer, Your Honor. If there's
nothing on that. Stand up.
I got one right there. If there's one on this.
No.
Yeah, I didn't see it. May I approach it on? Thank you. Here, Dr. Russell, hopefully that will work for you. Thank you. Excuse me.
Okay, so this is a side view, and it shows many teeth, and it's a skeletal view, obviously, and it shows these prominent teeth, which are called the canine teeth. Humans also have canine teeth, and ours are not quite as prominent. And then there are some teeth in front of that, which are called incisors. So that's the overview.
Right. And just to put this in context, we are looking at this and talking about dogs. Have you had the opportunity to review any photos of the right arm of the decedent in this case?
Yes.
And is one of the topics you're going to address whether those wounds are from a dog?
Yes.
And so this background in terms of dog dentition part of what you're going to cover for the jury later on?
Yes, and I want to make one more comment, if I may.
Please.
Just when a dog bites, they usually don't bite with all the teeth. They usually don't get all the teeth impacted on the individual. So that's important to know. Oftentimes it's the anterior or the front teeth.
Why, doctor, is it the case that a dog doesn't always have a complete bite, get all of the teeth? Why is that the case?
Well, there's oftentimes movement. Oftentimes the dogs aren't really trained on biting techniques. And so, there's oftentimes the person who's being bitten is pulling away and trying to avoid the bite. So oftentimes there's only impact with a few of the teeth in the front.
Great. Please continue, doctor, with your...
Dr. Russell, could I ask you to use this screen?
Oh, yes.
Please, I think it's easier for counsel.
Oh, okay. So overview, these large canine teeth, these are the anterior teeth. And as I said, it's very rare for all the teeth to be involved in the bite. It's usually just the front teeth and canine teeth.
Are there certain teeth that are on this depiction that cause certain types of injuries, abrasions, tears, punctures? Is there any relation to the teeth in any of those categories, or can it be just general?
Well, oftentimes, because the canine teeth are so long compared to the others, they are the ones that seem to cause the the puncture wounds, and those are the ones that appear to get the grip on the person's skin.
Is there a medical term for a puncture wound from a canine? Or is it just it's a punctate wound from canines?
I'm not sure there's a medical term.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. Well, that's about it on this side view.
And is there any other view on the exhibit that you would like to discuss with the jury?
Well, I was going to show that it's triangular. Again, the upper and lower jaws. Yeah, they tend to be somewhat triangular.
Is that also sometimes the shape referred to as an hourglass, or is it triangular, or you prefer triangular?
I've heard it referred to as hourglass. I don't see an hourglass, but maybe in some dog breeds, because the different dog breeds have different shapes of their mouths. But this is just a generalization.
Okay, please continue.
I don't know that there's anything else.
All right, and so you.
Actually, yeah. So here you can see. Go back, please. So here you can see, again, the canines, and it's oftentimes this is the upper jaw, the maxillary jaw. It's oftentimes these teeth that do the impacting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it's often these teeth that what?
That do the impact. The upper jaw is oftentimes the part that actually makes contact with the skin. That's all.
Thank you. We can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you, Your Honor. Now let's go to dog-inflicted injuries on humans generally. What type of injuries to humans can be caused by dog-inflicted bites?
Well, there are lots of different types of injuries. So they could be extremely minor, from a minor scratch to puncture wounds by individual teeth, to actual puncture and punctures by several teeth. There could be several abrasions because there are multiple teeth involved, and if they don't puncture, they at least scratch. They can scratch the skin. That's what I call abrasion, is a scratch. So they scratch the skin, but in parallel, because the teeth are lined up. So they oftentimes have parallel lines. And then, of course, there are bruises that could occur because of the crushing injury, and there can be what we call avulsions, which are where an actual flap of the skin is removed. And I can go further, but there's a wide extent of injuries.
So there's a wide extent, a wide range. And can you just give one or two factors that are going to determine whether you're on the more minor side of the range to the more major part as regard to the type of bite that the dog is able to get?
Well, I think that when there is penetration of the skin and pulling away of some of the tissue, I would consider that a more significant bite because of what's needed for treatment.
Just bear a moment, please. Thank you. So in terms of the nails and claws of a dog, what type of injury, if any, can those cause?
So the nails they're also somewhat pointy or triangular in configuration or shape, and so they can cause scratches, and actually they can cause even deeper wounds if the nail catches the victim's skin a certain way. But most of the time, just scratches.
From your experience, what type of medical experience, peer-reviewed article experience, your whole professional experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans, do you have experience with just a part of the range or the whole range of injuries that a dog can inflict?
Well, I think I have a very wide range of experiences, because those very serious ones we talked about in the very beginning, where there were crushing and ripping injuries, so those were the trained canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. They're so uncommon. But because I was assigned to jail ward, that's how I got seen. But in the majority, in the main ER, most ERs in our main ER, we saw the more minor type of injuries.
So in terms of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Well,
sustained.
Doctor, are you aware of the medical facility from your experience where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
Well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor, or most likely the emergency department, because the emergency department is where the resources are, the people that with the experience. They go to the emergency department in general.
From your experience for people and your literature review and authoring of documents, do people with dog-inflicted wounds go to a veterinarian for treatment?
I'll let you answer it.
Not from my experience.
All right, now let's move to another category to keep this moving along. How did you initially become involved in this case?
Well, very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, and I saw something in the Boston Globe about this case, but I really didn't pay much attention to it. And then eventually I saw or heard something, because I'm not from this part of Massachusetts. I'm from a different part of Massachusetts. So anyways, eventually I heard or saw something about there being an issue with some possible dog-inflicted injuries versus maybe car-inflicted injuries. So that got my attention. I thought, that's interesting. And so that's how I initially became aware of the case.
Let's talk about the Boston Globe. How is a person from Los Angeles reading the Boston Globe, and
Well,
why?
that's
Is
a
it like
very-
a one-time thing, or why is it you're reading the Boston Globe?
I had a subscription. I would, not always read it. I lived in Massachusetts. I went to school in Massachusetts. I worked in Massachusetts as a police officer. So I have some interest in Massachusetts, but none of that was in this geographic area. It was all north of Boston. So that was the area I mostly paid attention to.
Did you reach out to anyone after reading that article? And what do you recall from the article in the Boston Globe, if anything?
I'm going to sustain that.
Did you reach out to anyone after having read something in the Boston Globe?
Yes, I thought the question was interesting.
I'll let that stand, but just answer Mr. Leslie's
Yes,
question, please.
yes, I did.
Go ahead. Andrew.
Okay. Yes, I reached out to one of the DAs in Los Angeles County.
And at that point, what, if anything, did you know about this case?
I didn't know much. I just knew what I mentioned, and I knew that the decedent was a police officer, had been a police officer, and that interested me also because I was a police officer.
Please keep your voice up, Dr. Russell.
I said that interested me also because I had been a police officer.
Go ahead.
So that's about all I knew, really.
Right. So did you know anything about what the prosecution was claiming or the defense was claiming at all? Did you know anything?
Sustain.
What did you know, if anything, about the case?
I'm going to see its eyebrow really quickly on this.
I think she pretty much covered it just then.
Moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dr. Have, in terms of, Mr. Wolk, if we could please, and Your Honor, may we publish what is already in evidence, which is Exhibit 167?
Okay.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 167?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that? Well, first, let's start. What is it? And then how do you recognize it?
It is a picture of the decedent's right arm and forearm.
Now, without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that are depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the next area, can you describe for the jury what method you used in forming your opinion without yet stating what your opinion is?
Well, I used pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
So let's start with wound pattern recognition. Is that the wound pattern recognition you've been discussing up to this point in your testimony?
Yes.
And did I hear you use the phrase differential diagnosis?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what you mean by the term differential diagnosis as a physician, emergency medicine physician and forensic pathologist.
So when a patient, when a physician sees a patient and, or, an image in this case, and is attempting to make a diagnosis, it's very important that not only do they consider what they believe is the obvious, but also in their mind go through other possible diagnoses and determine if they can rule them out, so to speak, if they can rule them in, rule them out, so that they are not just focused on one thing, but they've actually given consideration to other conditions that may be causing whatever it is that they see.
So, Mr. Wolk, if you could take that, we're going to come back to this back and forth, but I'd like to have it taken down until we do have the need to, and if we could have the lights go back on, Your Honor, thank you. So, does applying a differential diagnosis, well, let me start out. Do you understand what confirmation bias is?
I believe so.
Yes, and does differential diagnosis assist or not assist in avoiding confirmation bias?
I believe it assists in avoiding confirmation bias.
So, in terms of differential diagnosis, did you apply that concept in the beginning of your analysis of this case?
Yes.
How did you apply differential diagnosis to, among other things, avoid confirmation bias in this case?
Well, in my mind, I went through other possible things or causes of wounds on an arm, and what they would look like, and the configuration, the patterns, etc. And then I figured out why these other potential causes of wounds in the arm did not fit this case.
So is a phraseology a synonym for differential diagnosis, what doctors call ruling out something? Is that another way to say it as well?
Yes.
So we're going to come back to the differential diagnosis. I just wanted to have that question first. Now let's switch to the materials that you considered in forming your opinion about the nature and source of the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe. Describe what you looked at in terms of coming to your opinion, conducting a differential diagnosis, and avoiding confirmation bias. What did you look at?
Well, I looked at pictures similar to this. So there were pictures taken at the hospital. There were pictures taken at the medical examiner's office. I looked at the medical records. I looked at the autopsy report. And I looked at other reports from the Massachusetts State Police. And then, those are some of the things I looked at.
Did you look at any photographs, including of clothing?
Of what?
Clothing?
Oh, yeah, clothing, of course.
What clothing did you look at?
So there was a shirt like a hoodie shirt that I looked at that had many defects in it.
And when you say defects, what do you mean by defects? Is there a more layperson's term?
Holes.
Thank you. Did you look at any history of any dogs with regard to any municipalities and dog incidents?
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Leslie.
Did you look at any municipal records with regard to your review in this case?
So that's sustained.
With regard to other documents, if any, could you describe any other documents that you looked at?
Well, I also.
I'm going to see you at timer.
Oh.
It's a little swoop, a sneaky little glide. The message is simple, like and subscribe.
What a turtle rider. Oh, Lord. I'm still researching, looking for her previous testimonies and interviews and statements, but she was interviewed on August the 9th, 23 by the FBI, not by Canton PD or the Massachusetts State Police. At the time of the 2022 incident, her testimony covers events from January 28th to 29th on 2022 when she worked an overnight shift and was reassigned to dispatch duties during the O'Keefe investigations. She had access to the internal security monitors, including the Sally Port. She knew Brian Higgins from the ATF office at Canton PD and Detective Kevin Albert, a relative of Brian Albert. Her recollection was affected by the passage of time and media influence. She also emphasized that she was never interviewed until mid-23, raising questions about oversight. Employment. Boston police officer and former Canton PD officer. She was directed by Sergeant Good to take over dispatch duties after a call reported a person unresponsive in the snow. Interview timing. She was not interviewed until August 9th, when a separate agency finally questioned her. That's all I can find at the moment, but I'm going to do a search for any FBI reports, or because she didn't prepare any reports on it at all. I have got the transcript of her testimony uploaded right now. I found it on another channel that had actually separated it, so I was able to upload that. So I haven't actually read the analysis, but nope, that's not it. That's the transcript.
Till 1 o'clock, and then today we'll give you an hour for lunch, okay?
Oh, generous.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Dr. Russell. We broke up where you had described the materials that you had reviewed. Based on your, and Mr. Woke, if we could please put the exhibit that we just had, and with Your Honor's permission, republish it. Thank you. Based on your review of all the materials that you had described and your experience that you had described, without stating it, were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as a result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
They were inflicted as a result of a dog attack.
And how did you form that opinion? Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple groupings of wounds.
Do you have the pointer?
I do.
And if you could use the screen that Her Honor has requested.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the what I'll consider the upper arm, which is above the elbow. Here's another grouping. Here's an interesting complex grouping at the elbow. These are all at the posterior surface of the arm. And there's another grouping down here on the forearm. These multiple groupings are patterns. And they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the teeth and claws of a dog.
We've discussed previously pattern recognition skills and methodology, and you just mentioned the word pattern here. Can you elaborate on what you mean by pattern with regard to this exhibit?
So there are groupings, and one can see that these wounds are going essentially in the same direction. They are oriented in the same way on the almost from the inner, close to the inner surface of the arm or the anterior surface towards the posterior surface.
What is the
arm.
significance, if any, of that orientation you just described?
So what that gives me direction, and that tells me that the dog's teeth were over here. The dog is over on this side of the arm, and the teeth started their punctures or their injuries over here, and through either the action of the dog or a combination of the action of the dog and the action of the decedent pulling away, or the victim pulling away, the teeth made these abrasions in this direction, from here down to here. And then here it's very complex because of the bending of the elbow. We don't know the exact configuration of what this elbow was in the arm. Was it fully extended, meaning it's fully stretched out, or was it partially bent? Was it fully bent? We don't know. But in addition to the pulling away movement, there's also the bending movement. So that one is even a little bit more complex. And of course, there are some additional marks down here and some possible bruising down here, punctate marks down here, which may represent the lower teeth.
If we could just stop at that area, have you observed in your experience what you call that complex area pattern? Have you seen that before?
Not that exact pattern, no.
But have you seen any that is similar to it?
I've seen some characteristics of these patterns before,
Right.
yes.
And it is the appropriate methodology to just to zero in on one section, or is the appropriate pattern methodology to look at all the wounds and then reach a conclusion?
The second, to look at all the wounds.
And could you please describe?
Why don't we take our recess?
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just cut him off. Just cut him off.
To follow me.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. That's it. No more for you. Right, just save this. Oh, we get some music too. Wacko Dillo. No, it'll be. What do I hide? What do I put it under? New folder. I think. All right. Ooh. Save. All right. I have. You can shush. Shh. Just shh. Just shh. Oh, really? Ooh. All right. So I found someone has actually already uploaded that snippet of testimony of Kelly Devon. So I was able to grab a transcript and upload it. So I asked it to do, what was my question? Provide a detailed analysis and summation of this witness's testimony. Yeah. And this is what I got. Summary of testimony. Oops. Can you read that? Do I need to make it a little bit bigger? How did I do that last time? I think it was here, wasn't it? Yes. Whoa. All right, back down. 200 is plenty, I think. Okay, let's go back up. Okay. I'm going to take that off. All right, Kelly D, Boston police officer, previously employed by the Canton PD, testified about her role and observations on January 28th and 29th, 2022. During the investigation into John O'Keefe's death. At the time, she was a patrol officer working the overnight shift. She recalled a call coming in about a person found unresponsive in the snow and was instructed by Sergeant Good to take over dispatch duties. She stated she did not prepare any reports, nor was she interviewed by the Canton PD or the Massachusetts State Police regarding her observations from that night until August 9th, 23, when she was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency. She acknowledged knowing Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, Zarif and Officer Pasquarelli, who were working with her on the night in question. She confirmed that while working dispatch, she would have had access to monitors displaying internal security camera footage of the Canton PD, including the Sally Port. However, she claimed her recollection was unclear due to the passage of time and media coverage influencing her memory. She stated that she knew Brian Higgins from the ATF because he had an office in the Canton PD department. She also knew Detective Kevin Albert, and that he was related to Brian Albert. Analysis of honesty deception. Several factors make it difficult to definitively assess her honesty. Time lapse. Significant gap between the event in January 22 and August 23 introduces a possibility of memory degradation. Her repeated references to the intervening 2.5 years suggest she's aware of this potential challenge to her credibility. Influence of media. She explicitly stated that media coverage had potentially influenced her memory, making it difficult for her to differentiate between her own recollections and information she gleaned from external sources. This could be a genuine issue or a tactic to avoid specific questions. Vagueness and lack of specificity. She frequently responded with vague answers, particularly regarding the details of the dispatch room and the security camera footage. While this could be attributed to memory issues, it could also be a way of avoiding potentially incriminating statements. Reluctance to testify. She expressed a clear reluctance to be present, stating, "I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case." While she claimed it was part of her job as a police officer to testify, her initial statement suggests possible discomfort or a desire to distance herself from the proceedings. However, her lawyer objected to the questioning and told her that she has to answer the questions. Acknowledging facts only when pressed. She seemed hesitant to acknowledge certain facts, e.g. the presence of cameras in the Sally Port, unless pressed with further questioning. This could indicate a reluctance to reveal information, although she ultimately confirmed the existence of the cameras. That's when she went, and hesitated for 5 minutes and then went, yes. When asked if she could recognize Brian Higgins 2.5 later, she stated she could not. This could mean that time had simply passed, or she may have been attempting to distance herself. Overall, it's difficult to definitively determine her honesty based solely on this transcript. Her testimony contains elements that could be interpreted as both truthful and potentially deceptive. Her reluctance to testify, combined with the vagueness of her responses and the potential influence of media coverage, raise questions about the reliability of her recollections. However, the passage of time and the inherent challenges of memory recall also contribute to the uncertainty. A more comprehensive assessment would require considering her testimony in conjunction with other evidence and witness statements. And then I tried to find other previous statements and interviews, and I'm sorry, but I only have access to the information provided in the documents, which is what I've put in there. So there you go. It's not fucking BS, because that's exactly what I've put in there. I haven't put anything else. Nothing else has been uploaded. So there you go. But there has to be somewhere a transcript of that interview with the FBI. Has to be. Has to be. And I will find it. I will make it my job. I won't rest until I've got to the bottom of it, because I'm like a dog with a bone like that. Simi, would you like me to play your I saved your song link. Would you like me to play it? Are you happy for me to share? I don't need to have that all the way up there, do I? Put that like that. Whoa. Whew. It's only 3:20 a.m. Yep. Yes. Okay. Cool. Don't show the link, Jody. Copy it. Paste it, you dipshit. I've got to go back and I started, but go back in the back door and copy it through Studio. Un momento, per favor. I think that's it. Yes, it is. Copy. Do 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 do. I love Suno. Oh, take a seat. Is that it? Okay, take a seat. Let's do. Oop. How do I make that bigger? Hang on, I'll move that over here so I can full screen it. Where is the full screen? I don't think we have one. All right. We'll just play, shall we? Let me know if you can hear it. Can you hear that? Did you hear that? Cool. Okay. Yes, write your questions down and I will star them and I'll put them in.
Wandering the YouTube streets, never knowing I could take a seat. Happened up alive one day, lurked and learned, decided to stay. True crime genre is my jam. Never stop learning, that's who I am. Like-minded people gather in the chat, brainstorm, speculate, that's where it's at. True crime genre is my jam. Never stop learning, that's who I am. Cam Shorty, Murder Church, Grizzly and Josh, Sergeant Joe Duty, Ron, Police off the cuff. I found my people, I can't get enough. Wandering the YouTube streets, never knowing I could take a seat. Happened up alive one day, lurked and learned, decided to stay. True crime genre is my jam. Never stop learning, that's who I am. Like-minded people gather in the chat, brainstorm, speculate, that's where it's at. True crime genre is my jam. Never stop learning, that's who I am. True crime genre is my jam. Never stop learning, that's who I am. Camp Shorty, Murder Church, Grizzly and Josh, Sergeant Joe Duty, Ron, Police off the cuff. I found my people, I can't get enough.
Yay! That's awesome. That's wicked. I can't play that because that's someone else's and I'll get copyrighted. That's wicked. Wicked. You should have your own channel. That could be a good intro. You're all good, darling. We're all your people. You're our people. It's all good. I actually love. I started off watching Grizzly. I haven't heard of Murder Church. I know Judy Ron, Police off the Cuff, Sergeant Joe. No, I started off with Grizzly True Crime, recovery addict. Oh God, who was it back then? Brandy Churchwell, I think, 13th juror. Lauren Lumber. And Ian, before he was mega huge, publicly buzzed. I've heard of them. I haven't watched it. I've still got our lyrics here too from our song. Is this their lunch break? It is their lunch break, isn't it? I need to go and get some painkillers. Yeah, that's awesome, sweetheart. Wicked. We should have maybe I should do a thing on my Discord channel where, people that write their songs and stuff can put it up there for everyone to listen to. I wonder if I can do that. I'll have a look into that. In the meantime, I am going to make myself a nice cuppa. I'm going to keep my eye on this and put your questions. Yes, I saw that. Kicking Discord in one day. What did you think of the did you watch the documentary? More Simi. Is that okay? Cool. Did you find our Discord server? Because I can give you the link to that. I can send you. I didn't do Kick. It was really easy. Like I clicked on Lisa's link and basically just put in my email address and a password, and that was it. Done. I was in. And I was able to watch and interact really easily. Really easily. Discord. Invite people. Copy. Now, I'm still a baby Discord user, so I don't know how it all works completely, but I'm getting there. There you go. So that's our Discord server. Go on in there and it'll tell you what to do and where's to go. I know that much. Alrighty. I am going to make a cuppa and have some painkillers and maybe an anti-snot. I think I'm getting a upper respiratory tract. I feel that. And my voice is husky. I've got that. What is it? Phone sex operator voice. All right, darlings. What can I put on whilst maybe play some more songs? Or how about Oh, there's articles. What's that? Karen Reed's defense team intends on calling up to 77 witnesses. Chris A. Van E. The fuck is that? Biomedical engineering. Okay, whatever. Why are you telling me this? No. Keep going, keep going. I'm sure her name is in here. Kelly Diva. There we go. Oh. Oh, okay. Officer Diva was working as a Canton PD. There is radio transmission purportedly from the morning John O'Keefe's body was discovered of Lieutenant Paul Gallagher calling her and saying, Lieutenant wanted to see what address on Fairview Road the first respondent had arrived. She told them 32, not 34. Right. There is an audio recording here. Let me see if I can share this instead. What's that under? That one. Okay, let's have a listen.
Canton Police Officer Devin Klein's recording.
Kelly, it's Paul. What's the address of that scene? Is it by his house or is it on Fairview? Because Lieutenant's asking me what's going on Fairview.
Yep, it's 32 Fairview Road.
32?
Okay, so it's not even his house. Okay, perfect. All right, I'm on my way. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Bye.
So he's saying it's not even his house. In other words, it's not even defense also claims they have a source from within Canton Police Department who will testify they saw Chief Berkowitz and Brian Higgins alone with Karen Reed's vehicle inside the CPD garage. So these are all the defense witnesses and why they are on the list. Higgity's tows. Okay, he was a towing company that bought Karen Reed's vehicle from her parents' house in Dighton to the Canton PD. Heriberto Hernandez worked on the fugitive unit with Brian Albert. Albert does not have many friends or supporters in the Boston Police Department. Sources we spoke with tell us that he assaulted a fellow officer named Eddie Hernandez at a Christmas party. They could testify to Albert's violent tendencies, which can be used as a way to introduce a third-party culprit theory. Okay. Ridge was taken in this photo with Brian Albert in the Herald. Okay. Mark and Alfredo Lopilato, 22. Chris Albert was listed on a lawsuit filed by Mark Lopilato against Canton PD. Officer Michael Lank, who he alleged had bitten, wrongly charged and targeted him. Chris Albert approached Lank outside of a bar called Centerfields and told Lank he had just gotten into a fight at the bar with Lopilato. Lank then got into a fight with Lopilato and his brother Alfredo and allegedly bit one of them before detaining him, despite being off duty and telling him he was going to ruin his life. When the Lopilato brothers tried to file a complaint, they were charged with aiding and abetting on a police officer or something. What is it? Assault and battery, sorry. Put on trial and acquitted. They endured years of harassment after the fact. The prosecutor in that case was furious that he had been lied to by police, and the Lopilato brother ended up successfully suing the town. Mike Rushworth, Canton transplant, who sources tell us received a text message from Michael Proctor that the FBI found during their investigation. Ashley Bell, not a witness to anything, but she was visited and harassed by Massachusetts State Police Detectives Yuri Buchnick and Brian Tully at her home. They also asked to look at her surveillance video footage despite not being on the path that Karen Reid would have taken to get home. Thomas and Erin Beattie, Canton residents whose daughter was friends with Colin Albert, received a phone call from Colin at 12:33 a.m. the night John O'Keefe was murdered. When she called him back the next day, Colin said, "Never mind." Tom thought it was strange because kids that age hardly ever call each other, opting to text instead. Righto, who's that? Megan Mariani. Chris Albert may have committed felony witness intimidation by approaching Betty and asked him to retract his statements about the phone call from Colin so that Chris could sue Turtle Boy. Erin was reportedly threatened by Jennifer McCabe and a townie named Jill Harrison Thomas, who reportedly told the 17-year-old girl that she needed to stop telling people about Colin's 12:33 phone call in the most graphic way possible. Instead of opening your mouth, why don't you stick a dick in it instead? Charming. Mariani is a 2020 producer who was threatened and harassed by Denise and Bob Galvin and Jim Farris outside of Seth McCarthy's on September 17th. Courtney Proctor, Norfolk District Attorney. John O'Keefe Sr. This is the wildest name on the list. There have been unconfirmed rumours that Mr. O'Keefe has doubts about Karen Reid's guilt. Yeah, we heard that the other day. And he requested to sit on that. Who was it that mentioned the other day that they hadn't seen him in court and that they'd split up and were living at different houses, different addresses now because he believes in Karen's innocence and Peggy doesn't. Yeah, there you go. Well, there's many rabbit holes. One can go down. In this case, it's never ending. Never. What have I missed? Okay. Questions. True crime, yeah. Scroll up for my database question. I typed them a bit ago. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. How would it impact the defence if they, 1, called Proctor and 2, don't call? Okay. Yep. That's 1. Any before that? Actually, you know what I might do? I might post that analysis of Dr. Russell and her voir dire in the main chat on Discord so you can all read it and then you can give me your opinions on it. I also did a comprehensive analysis of the 2:27 a.m. Safari Google search for everybone that actually had even mentioned it, whether they be civilian witness, testimony, expert, data, exhibits, you name it. I have that. So if I can copy it, that, and I'll work out how to do it, and I'll put it into Discord. And then I'll quickly go and have a cuppa. Alrighty. I'll see you shortly. I'll be back. What can I put up? What can I put up for you to... Well, you know, this one never gets old.
I'm going to pause here and say, well, yes, you fucking rock. The defense rests.
There's a new pandemic in town, and it's taking creators down a rabbit hole of corruption in Massachusetts town. It strikes at the heart of bloggers, no matter podcaster or receiver. It can strike you like a Lexus, then you've got Karen Red River fever. While all the symptoms are quite acute, and you'll ask things differently by far, you will utter what if anything, or you'll be screaming outside back. You'll swear she said I hit him 3 times, while making butt dials as well. No matter how hard you try to fight it, you just can't unring that bell. So once you finally say I'll allow it, like Canton built the darn diva, you'll find yourself behind that buffer zone, 'cause you've got Karen Red River fever.
More songs, more.
My name is Joey. I plead not guilty to this deed. We were just drinking at the bar. They think I hit you with my car, though I don't really know how, without me damaging the plow. So we found you in the snow.
There I don't know.
Brian Alberts
is the place
where we found your broken face. All the witnesses that tried claim their phones can all but dial. The McCabe say they're your friends. Yet the truth ain't surely been. They will pull out all the stops,
jingle cricket cops. And those cringe Texas in
to the agent that
that
was
was
were removed in single threads, actions owned by the feds. So Detective Brian's dreams were not disturbed by my shrill screams. Carrie Roberts testified, didn't fake it when she cried. Unlike Jen, who likes to mock a state of horror and of shock. It was February 22 when I last set eyes on you. Death is such a nasty thief of your life, Johnny O'Keefe. Unlike Jen, who likes to mock a state of horror and of shock. Oh, my name is Jeremy. I plead not guilty to.
Hey, gosh, yeah. Discuss with you.
Things that criminals will do. Come on in. Stories that make your head spin. For the record, come what may. Listen in and have your say. For our passion is true crime.
So won't you take a little time to subscribe and ring that bell? You might as well.
Stories that make your head spin. For the record, come what may. Listen in and have your say. Each and every case and file. Each and every court and trial. Listen to our voices true. Each one with their point of view. For the record, come on in. Stories that make your head spin. For the record, come what may. Listen in and have your
say.
Each and every case we share is dedicated to our care. For chasing truth and honesty and keeping up transparency. For the record, come on in. Stories that make your head spin. For the record, come what may. Listen in and have your say.
So I married Michael Proctor. I guess you've seen him in the news. I got the badge, but it blue. And you think he's just a dirtbag and only use him for your views. I got the badge, but it blue. His Texas stated she's a whack job, but he lacks the social cues. I got the badge, but it blue. He assumed she ran him over without evidence or clue. I got the badge, but it blue. He abused his place of power by searching pictures of a nude. I got the badge, but it blue. He used disgusting commentary about her having leaky poo. I got the badge, but it blue. And now wins that folks don't like me because of language that he used. I got the badge, but it blue. And when he said see you next Tuesday, a statement he cannot recuse. I got the badge, but it blue. And now a comment on her balloon knot that somehow lit a stinky fuse. I got the badge, but it blue. So if I file for harassment, the case would definitely lose. I got the badge, but it blue. she ran him over without evidence or clue. I got the Bad Bunny blues. He assumed she ran him over without evidence or clue. I got the Bad Bunny blues. 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 Hey, since she ran him.
Oh yeah, come on in. Don't be shy. Don't stop, don't stop. We got a funky vibe. Yeah, welcome all. It's a safe spot where the truth unwinds. Share your thoughts, leave your worries behind. Woo! Deep and fast, that's where you belong. Click that like and groove along. Hit subscribe, let the love flow free. Join the family you're meant to be. Got mysteries, stories, a thrilling ride. We dig deep, ain't no secrets to hide. No judgment here, just an open crew. We're all about justice and the honest view. Yeah, deep and fast, that's where you belong. Click that like and groove along. Hit subscribe, let the love flow free. Join the family you're meant to be. Ooh, yeah, got your back now. We're all tight, sharing stories in the dead of night. Bring your thoughts, we'll hear them all. Together we rise, together we stand tall. Hey, deep and fast, that's where you belong. Click that like and groove along. Hit subscribe, let the love flow free. Join the family you're meant to be. Tiny hands hold the world so tight. Near 2 years in, a beacon of light. Autumn whispers through golden leaves. Time runs faster than we believe. Falling rainbows under the trees. Laughter dances with the autumn breeze. Love and hugs for many a bound. In her eyes, the sun is found. Red and gold paint the sky so near. Every leaf falls like a joyful tear. Growing up too fast, but her heart stays pure. Moments like these are the ones we're sure. Falling rainbows under the trees. Laughter dances with the autumn breeze. Love and hugs for many a bound. In her eyes, the sun is found. She's a wonder, a fleeting flame. Her world's a story we can't tame. But in her laughter, we find our grace. A fleeting glimpse in time and space. Falling rainbows under the trees. Laughter dances with the autumn breeze. Love and hugs for many a bound. In her eyes, the sun is found. Tiny hands.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Leslie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon and welcome back, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, if we could please publish Exhibit 1 in evidence.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk. Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 1 from your review of the documents in this case?
Yes.
And what is it that Exhibit 1 represents?
It's a picture of the forearm of the decedent.
And we left off at lunch, and I'm not going to cover too much old ground, just to reorient ourselves back to where we were. You were discussing the basis of your opinion and conclusion that you said that these wounds were caused by, excuse me, why don't you restate? Well, let's continue on in the basis of your opinion. Let's just continue on. Can you go through what is in Exhibit 1 and describe how it is that you came to your opinion?
Well, I observed multiple patterns of striations or linear abrasions.
I'm sorry to interrupt you so soon. Do you have the pointer in case you want to use that available?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's multiple groupings of linear abrasions, and linear means like a line, linear. So there's multiple of those, and here's one. Here's another one closer to the elbow. Here's another one closer to the wrist, and here's another array of linear abrasions near the elbow.
In terms of these wounds, in assessing their source, do you look at them individually, collectively, or both?
Both. I look at them individually, and then I put them in context of how they relate to one another.
And how they relate to one another, is there a name of that methodology that you use in terms of how they relate to each other?
Well, I think it's a pattern methodology, pattern recognition.
And what pattern is it that you see here with regard to all of these wounds on the right arm?
Well, I see multiple linear groupings together in a area from the mid arm to the mid forearm.
Is there any analysis of direction that is involved in your analysis?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe that these wounds were initiated closer to the anterior surface or the front of the forearm.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell, to interrupt you, but there's a fan back here which I can hear, but if you could just keep your voice up, that would be great for me.
Yes, I believe they all started closer to the anterior or front portion of the arm. Like they started up here, up here, and the direction is towards the posterior portion of the arm.
Now, if we could just go back briefly, I want you to do a comparison. If we could go back, Your Honor, please, back to Exhibit 157 that we had up earlier.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 167. As between 167 and 1, which one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
The previous one.
All right, so let's go back to the previous one. So that one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located on January 29 of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And so January 29, 2022, if we can go back to Exhibit 157, or 67, excuse me, 167, can you tell when this picture was taken from the depiction?
Well, it says January 31st.
Okay, so is that the basis for you saying that the Exhibit 1 was closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
Yes.
All right, so I want to do another comparison, have you do another comparison of the two. If you can look at what is depicted in Exhibit 167, and now go back to 1 and see if you see any differences at all as to what's depicted. Do you see any differences with regard to the wounds on the arm, or the arm just in general? Let's go back to, see that now, let's go back to 167.
Well, the coloration of the photograph is slightly different.
And what do you mean the coloration?
Well, the skin tones here are more yellow than they are in the previous photograph.
And what,
And-
I'm sorry, do you have a conclusion as to why there is a difference in skin tone in this exhibit compared to exhibit 1?
Well, it could just be technique, lighting technique. I do see some lividity on the chest, postmortem lividity, and that's what that means is pooling of the blood, which happens after death.
Can you explain to the jury what lividity is?
Yes. So, blood follows the laws of gravity, and the blood will settle to the dependent parts of the body. In this case, the body the body of Mr. O'Keefe is horizontal, and so the blood is going to settle from the top of the chest, which would probably be up here somewhere, down towards the back, which would be the inferior portion of the chest in that position. And likewise, it would happen on the extremities too.
So you just mentioned the extremities. Do you see any lividity on the extremity here, the right arm?
You know, actually, there is discoloration over here in the elbow area. I do see some lividity. Okay, so there's several areas of lividity on the arm. I'm sorry. There's some right here. This redness right here on the near the wrist. I believe that that's postmortem lividity. I believe that this redness in here near the elbow is also postmortem lividity. And yeah, that's what I believe.
Okay.
That's postmortem lividity.
And again, lividity is that you said something that sets in after death?
Yes, it's the pooling of blood.
Is there, with regard to this depiction, do you see any bruising with regard to that elbow?
You know, I think that initially, earlier this morning, with the lighting, I may have said that this was bruising, but now as I think about it, and I see all this other lividity here, lividity over here, I believe that's postmortem lividity.
And if we could go back to exhibit 1, and you said this is the one that's closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located, do you see any lividity or bruising with regard to that photo?
I don't see any definite bruising. I do see some discoloration up here near the shoulder. I'm not sure if that's postmortem lividity or not. It could be early postmortem lividity.
Okay. So if we could, thank you, Mr. Wool, can we take that depiction down for the moment? What I'd like to do is and we'll come back to that. If we could have the lights back on, please. Thank you. Have you had experience prior to this case in performing your pattern recognition methodology skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans? In other words, have you seen dog-inflicted wounds that have a pattern on humans?
I've seen dog wounds that have had a pattern. I didn't need to do it, utilize that skill, because I also had other information about the case. You know, for instance, police officer or the victim himself said, you know, I was attacked by a dog.
Right. And for those that can you give an example, like in the ER, just as to how you would come to have that knowledge, or otherwise, how would you generally come to have the knowledge as to a potential source of the wound?
Oftentimes it's the victim that tells me, or in the case of the law enforcement dog bites, I had both victim and police officers tell me that the police dog, inflicted these wounds.
And so and how many times generally in your career, we discussed it this morning, how many times generally did someone present with dog-inflicted wounds and you were told that these wounds were from a dog? Roughly how many in your career?
Well, all of the law enforcement dog bites. So that would be 40 to 60 or so of those. Plus, most of the non-law enforcement dog bites, the patients or the mother have said this, a dog bit me, or a dog bit my son.
And for those where someone said something, the dog bit my son, were the wounds that you saw similar to or different from the wounds that are depicted in Exhibit 1 that we've had up on the screen?
On the civilian dog bites, there's some similarities, but not as many striations on the civilian dog bites.
And are the more striations on what's in depicted Exhibit 1, does that lead you to more easily conclude it's from a dog bite, or is it harder for you to conclude it's from a dog bite?
Neither.
Right. So is your prior experience as an emergency room physician, as a physician in Cochrane, does that experience allow you to exercise pattern recognition skills with regard to Exhibit 1 in Exhibit 157?
Sustained.
Do you use your pattern recognition, did you use your pattern recognition skills in evaluating Exhibit 1 in Exhibit 157?
Yes.
In terms of characteristics of dog bites, if we can go back to Exhibit 1, please. Is Exhibit 1 highly characteristic of a dog bite or lowly characteristic of a dog bite?
Sustained.
How would you describe the characteristics of what appears on Exhibit 1?
Well, what I see on Exhibit 1 is multiple strikes from a dog.
I'm going to allow it.
Can you please repeat your answer?
Yes.
What you see?
Multiple strikes from a dog.
And with regard to, do you see any characteristics in terms of a medical observation with regard to those strikes?
I don't understand the question.
Are you familiar with the medical term pathognomonic?
Oh, yes.
What is the definition of pathognomonic?
Pathognomonic in medicine means that the characteristics of a condition are so highly specific and unique that they basically say that it can only be from a certain condition and no other condition. So to the exclusion of all other conditions. That's what is meant by pathognomonic. At least that's my understanding.
Do you consider these wounds pathognomonic?
Yes. Sustained.
How do you evaluate these wounds in terms of what you call their characteristics?
I characterize them as highly specific for a dog attack.
I'm going to strike the last word, Mr. Wilson.
In terms of the characteristics that you have talked about, are there any other aspects of dog dentition that you can discern from Exhibit 1?
I don't understand the question.
You mentioned earlier when we had the dog dentition exhibit up, you mentioned an arch. Is there any aspect of Exhibit 1 that concerns an arch?
Yes, there is, in my opinion, an arch-like structure right here towards the lower part of the forearm, towards the wrist, suggesting that this here is made from the very front teeth of the dog. Now, when one looks at these injuries or wounds, one has to remember that, number one, this is not a mannequin. This is a person whose skin is somewhat elastic, whose skin will slide over the underlying bones, and so therefore some of the wounds may have been created by the exact same teeth, for instance, but look differently, depending on the part of the anatomy, the elasticity of the skin, also depending on things like if there was clothing or something in between the teeth and the skin. So one has to consider the end. Also, there may be motion motion effects. The living victim could have been pulling away from the dog. The dog could have been, pulling or jumping and only catching a glimpse, a little slight bit of the skin with his teeth. So there's a lot of movement and things that one has to consider when an injury is inflicted on a body.
I'm going to strike that.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Mayor, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could put the Exhibit 1 back up on the screen, please, Mr. Wolf. Dr. Russell, is what's depicted on the screen one dog bite or more than one dog bite?
Ask it differently, Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Russell, can you determine from this depiction, how do you evaluate this depiction with regard to dog bites?
Well, I see several groupings of wounds. Here's one grouping up near the shoulder. Here's another distinct grouping near the elbow, but above the elbow. Here is a third grouping around the back of the elbow and the upper forearm. Here's some additional marks. I think they're separate, but I don't know exactly if they are separate dog bites or scratches. And then there's another grouping around the posterior forearm near the wrist. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 4 different types of either bites or combination bite and claw marks.
You mentioned claw marks. Is there any evidence of claw marks in this exhibit?
It's hard to say exactly what what these marks are. This one here, and even to a certain extent, this one here has some characteristics of both claw marks and bites. So
Even though you may not be able to determine whether it's a claw mark, can you determine, or the specific type of mark, can you determine that those are from a dog?
I believe they are, yes.
So now let's go. You mentioned, we'll switch. We can leave that up for just a moment because we're going to come right back to it. And Dr. Russell, earlier on, you used the phrase incomplete dental impression. Do you recall that?
Something like that, yes.
What phrase would you like to use? Because you were describing whether a dog or not had a complete bite. What phrase would you like to use?
That's okay. Incomplete bite.
Okay. Do you
consider.
see any evidence of an incomplete bite on Exhibit 1?
I believe all of the bites here are incomplete.
Why do you come to that conclusion?
Because in my opinion, they don't penetrate the skin, which I would consider more of a bite or more of a complete bite. So they're just scratches on the surface of the skin.
When you say they don't penetrate the skin, we see the marks that are on there. What do you mean that they don't penetrate the skin?
They don't penetrate the full thickness of the skin and extend into the soft tissue underneath.
And what, in terms of incompleteness that you just described, have you observed incomplete dog bites in your career?
Many.
Roughly how many incomplete dog bites have you observed and treated in your career?
Over 100.
In our incomplete bites, the majority of bites from civilian dogs, or are they a minority of the bites from civilian dogs?
I believe they're the majority of the bites of civilian dogs.
Did you determine whether these wounds occurred at the same time?
I believe they did.
Why do you come to the conclusion that they occurred at the same time?
Because of the wound characteristics, the coloration of the wounds, the tissue reaction to the wounds. So they all timing are at the same time, around the same time.
Did you determine whether these wounds were sustained by Mr. O'Keefe before or after he died?
Before he died.
How do you reach the conclusion that these wounds were suffered by Mr. O'Keefe before he died?
Because they have what we call a vital reaction. So there is an ever so slight vital reaction or inflammation around the edges of the wounds. And so that determines that, that supports the fact that they were inflicted during life.
Dr. Russell, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's right arm personally?
No.
Is it generally accepted in the practice of medicine, particularly emergency or pathology, to observe and determine the source of a wound from a photograph after death?
It is generally accepted.
And have you, in your career, used photographs to determine wounds and patterns of wounds?
Yes.
And is that an accepted practice?
Yes.
and it is a generally accepted practice.
Yes.
Now, in conducting we're going to switch a little bit now to what you call the differential diagnosis. In conducting your differential diagnosis with regard to motor vehicle accidents, describe for the jury how you performed that differential diagnosis with regard to the decedent. And we can leave that up for just a moment. Go ahead, Dr. Russell.
So I'm going to need to see you. Sorry, folks.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
With Your Honor's permission to republish Exhibit 1. Thank you for your patience, Dr. Russell. Is what the wounds you see on Exhibit 1 consistent or inconsistent with what you have seen from your experience with regard to motor vehicle accident victims?
Inconsistent.
If I could have published Exhibit 206, which is in evidence, Your Honor. Do you recognize Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Did you review that as part of any report in this case?
Yes.
And can you describe how you reviewed this document as part of your evaluation of this case?
Well, I reviewed the injuries, which are, so this is a decedent, a picture of a decedent, a different case, not the decedent in this case, totally separate case.
And
So
is this from Dr. Welcher's report that you reviewed?
Yes.
All right, so continue, please.
And so this is a person deceased, looks like in the street, and he's got multiple injuries. And this is allegedly from an auto versus pedestrian accident.
So if we could, are you able to discern any injuries to any limbs from this? If you could zoom in on the limbs, Mr. Wolk, thank you.
So there is a very extensive degloving, partially degloving, avulsion injury to the forearm of this individual, the extensive skin loss, damage to the subcutaneous tissue, possibly damage to other tissues beneath that.
And Mr. Wolk, if you could zoom back out and go to the list that is highlighted in the original of this. And Dr. Russell, can you tell me whether you evaluated the list, and if so, how did you evaluate that list in connection with the photo?
Well, the photo is limited only really to the upper chest and the right arm. And so I can't comment on any of the CAT scan findings here on this list, but this was a list of numerous traumatic injuries to this person. And regarding the arm, it says right upper extremity wound with vascular injury, clinical.
What does that mean, if anything, to you?
Well, that suggests it's a soft tissue wound. However, what they're saying is clinical, so they're not commenting on if there were any X-ray findings, for instance, on an X-ray, but I mean, would be a post-mortem X-ray, and this is just a clinical diagnosis or a visual hands-on diagnosis.
Do you know whether that line that you just read relates to any part of the photograph? Any part of the photograph?
Well, I believe it relates to that injury that we pointed out in the previous photograph.
Can you switch back to that, please, Mr. Wolk? If you could just zoom in and just what does...
So this is the wound that they are talking about. It's a large gaping wound, soft tissue wound.
If we could go back to the list, please. Zoom in, thank you.
But...
Please continue.
No. What I was going to say is that there are multiple other injuries in this person. Multiple serious, significant injuries, subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, intraventricular hemorrhage, liver laceration, pneumothorax. That's blood and air in the chest cavity outside of the lungs. So it's in an area where it shouldn't be. This person had numerous injuries.
Are you able to compare these injuries in that photo in this Exhibit 206? And did you compare them to your review of the autopsy report and other medical records of Mr. O'Keefe?
Answer the question? Oh. Okay.
You can take that down. From your review, did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any liver laceration?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any gaping, as you called it, lacerations to the right forearm?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any pneumothorax injuries that you were describing with regard to 206?
No pneumothorax.
Let's switch to another topic. Let's talk about clothing of the decedent. In forming your opinion, did you consider Mr. O'Keefe's clothing in relation to his wounds?
Yes.
If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 150 in evidence published.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 150?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a picture of part of the hoodie, sweatshirt or shirt that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing at the time.
And wearing when?
At the time of his death.
And did you evaluate this photo as part of your review of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to this. If we could please switch to, Your Honor, 147C in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. And what is 147C?
So this is a close-up of the sleeve of that shirt that we just saw on the previous image. And there's a hole or defect here in the sleeve, which I'm circling with the pointer. And there's a label that labels it number 1. And so I see this hole that is rather round and appears that labels it number 1. And so I see this hole that is rather round and appears to have some fabric coming out of the hole towards the exterior of the jacket or the shirt.
Did you attribute any significance to the shape of the wound? And if so, what significance?
The shape of the hole, yes. So it's rounded. I actually attributed a lot of significance to that.
Describe a lot of significance that you attributed to this hole.
Well, I believe that this hole was made by a canine tooth, and with the tooth going into the shirt, reaching the skin, and then coming out of the shirt, pulling out some fabric with it.
And we'll come back to this. If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to 147D as in David that's in evidence. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is it?
A round hole in the shirt, again with some fabric fibers pointing towards the outside of the shirt.
Is this the same hole that we just saw on 147C or a different hole?
Could we go back? I don't know.
Okay, so let's now go back to Exhibit 150. What significance, if any, do you give to the various triangles that are on the hoodie? Could you describe to the jury what those are and what's their purpose?
So the triangles are labels that were placed by either the police or the crime lab or someone, and the point of the triangle generally is pointing towards a hole in the shirt. As you can see, there are multiple ones here, and I want to make sure that you don't confuse it with this rather large defect, which is caused by something else.
So let's start with each one, and we'll go through these quickly. Let's start and zoom in on number 1. What did you conclude about the source of that hole in the hoodie?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate what is depicted as number 1 in that slide as part of your review?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation?
Sustained.
Let's go back and zoom out. Have you in your career examined clothing either as part of your forensic pathology practice or your emergency medicine practice to determine the source of defects in clothing?
Yes.
How many times have you done that approximately in your career?
Several hundred.
And have you, in those several hundred times, have you ever had to reach a conclusion as to whether there was any connection between defects in clothing and wounds to humans?
Many times.
Can you give some examples of the many times you've had to look at clothing and defects in clothing to assist you in determining wound recognition in a human?
Yes. So let me clarify. It's mostly used in forensic pathology, not so much in emergency medicine. The clothing and the cause of the wound is as important as in emergency medicine as the treatment of the wound. But in forensic pathology, it's a key component to any examination where you think that it was an unnatural death. So, so I've done it in gunshot wounds, in stab wounds, multiple times. Looking at the defects, looking at the direction of the, of what I think the bullet, bullet track was, determining entry and exit wounds. In stab wounds, I've utilized them to help determine offensive and defensive wounds or injuries. So yes, many times.
Have you ever performed that analysis? You mentioned, testified earlier, 500 to 1,000 evaluations of dog-inflicted wounds on humans. Have you ever performed the analysis of defects in clothing and compared them to wounds on humans in the context of dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
I don't think so. Perhaps.
Well, yes. So in terms of, have there been any instances of doing that in your career? Have you done that at all in your career?
Maybe that one child.
All right. So let's go now to you were discussing the defects in the arm, as well as the wounds in the arm, and then the defects in the clothing. In terms of back to Exhibit 1. In terms of that pattern that is in the arm, And in terms, let's go back to the hoodie. I'll strike that. Have you, in your career, in the terms of evaluating motor vehicle accidents, have you evaluated the clothing of victims of motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
How many times roughly have you evaluated what clothing looks like in terms of motor vehicle accidents?
Well, in many cases, I had to cut off the clothing in the emergency department, so I observed the clothing then, and then in the post-mortem cases, I evaluated the clothing, but oftentimes sometimes it wasn't helpful.
Have you ever evaluated clothing in determining whether or not the defects in the clothing are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident? Have you ever evaluated that as a forensic pathologist?
Not specifically.
Right. And in terms of your observations in either emergency medicine or forensic pathology, have you ever observed defects from motor vehicle accidents in clothing?
Yes.
Is what is depicted in this exhibit consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident?
Sustained.
In determining, let's go back to Exhibit 1, please. In determining and reaching your opinion with regard to the source of these wounds, is it necessary for you to reach that opinion to see a specific dog to determine whether the wounds are from a dog in general?
No.
And in your experience that you talked about earlier today, the 500 to 1,000, was it ever necessary in that experience to go locate the dog, to see the dog, to treat or evaluate the patient?
No.
Why is it, well, in terms of, we're going to move to another category. Studies. Did you review any studies informing your opinions in this case?
Can we put the lights on and take this?
Yeah,
down,
yes,
Mr.
thank you,
Vice
Your
Mayor?
Honor. Yes.
Yes, many.
And did those studies that you review support or not support your conclusions in this case?
Sustained.
Which studies did you rely upon?
Well, I reviewed quite a few, 10 to 20 in depth, and I relied a lot on 2 of the articles.
Do you recall the names of the lead authors in the studies that you said, that you just referenced?
Yes, one of them was Demuniak.
Could you spell that, please?
I wish. DEMUNNYCK, I believe.
And was there?
And then there was another one, Pollack, POLLACK.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, my recollection is correct. We've already pre-marked as exhibits for identification these studies, 2 studies. I may be incorrect in that. If so, I have studies. I'm going to show them to Mr. Yes, thank you. So we can just make sure I have all the pages. you have these handed out? Okay.
If I can just have them, Your Honor.
Okay, I've got them. These are them. If I could have marked for identification as one document, please.
Exhibit PPP for ID.
One more, Madam Court Reporter, thank you.
And exhibit QQQ for ID.
Mr. Unless you would, when the court reporters down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Which is what?
Exhibit PPP is the Diamandis, and exhibit QQQ is Pollock, and those are the lead author names. You're welcome. Yeah, I leave them with the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Russell, I have provided you with those two exhibits. I would ask you to just briefly take a look at them and let me know whether you recognize those as the articles that you were referencing before.
Yes.
Now let's start out with the Diamandis study. Is that exhibit PPP?
PP.
Right. So is this the study that you referenced earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe for the jury how that study related to the opinions in this case?
Sustained.
Are these the studies that you cite to as a basis for support for your opinions in this case?
Yes.
And is QQQ a study that also supports your opinion in this case?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your conclusions with regard to, if we can go back once more to exhibit number 1. With regard to your opinion on the cause of these injuries, can you once again state your opinion as to the cause of these injuries?
I believe these injuries were caused by a dog attack.
So I'm going to strike that word.
Yeah, so Dr. Russell, if you could, with regard to bite parlance, can you state what your opinion is with regard to bite? So do you have an opinion as to what caused these injuries?
Yes, I believe that these injuries are the result of dog bites and or claw marks.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
That is all the questions I have for this witness at this time.
All right. Thank you.
You want this? Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Dr. Russell, we've met before.
Yes,
I've asked you questions before,
yes,
and you've testified before where I've had a chance to ask you about some of your statements and opinions, haven't I?
yes.
Before this case, had you ever testified as an expert in dog bites in any federal court in the United States?
No,
Before this case, had you ever testified in any state court in anywhere in the country as an expert in dog bites?
no,
Other than this case, have you ever testified in a courtroom as an expert about dog bites?
no,
Last year, you learned that there was litigation regarding this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, correct?
yes,
You learned a little bit of information about it, and it piqued your interest, didn't it?
yes,
Did you know that the case was receiving a lot of attention?
no.
Did you know that it was on television?
I had no idea until I got here.
You spoke to a colleague in Los Angeles, correct?
I'm sorry, I spoke to who?
A colleague?
I spoke to a district attorney in Los Angeles.
And did you just bring up the subject, or did that person bring it up to you?
I brought it up.
When you brought that up, is it because you knew of the relationship between that district attorney and somebody on the defense team?
Yes,
You wanted to get involved in this high-profile case, didn't you?
no,
Well, you weren't called by anybody on the defense and retained as an expert in the traditional sense, were you?
that's correct.
It was after you reached out yourself and interjected yourself into this case, true?
I did so for a reason. And the reason being that I knew I was one of the only people in the United States board certified and residency trained in emergency medicine and also residency trained in forensic pathology. And therefore I had a unique skill or knowledge set. And I was one of the very few people that had the knowledge of dog bites, as well as those other trainings.
And because of the fact that you held this opinion about yourself, you wanted to get involved in this very high-profile case, didn't you?
I thought I could help clarify the issues as to whether or not this could be a dog bite, and maybe they could move on to something else if it wasn't.
Fuck off,
Did you
Brennan.
want to get involved?
No, not really.
Inevitably, you got hired by the defense, didn't you?
Yes, I reluctantly agreed.
And they paid for your time?
They are paying
Oh,
for the time.
really? Did they pay
Did you know that there was a
$425,000?
relationship between the district attorney you spoke to in California and somebody on this defense table?
I know, yes.
So when you spoke to the district attorney, did you have the hope that they would reach out on your behalf to get you involved in this case?
As I said, I hope that they could reach out to the team and I could help clarify issues so that they could move on. If it wasn't, if these weren't dog bites, then no sense spending a whole bunch of time on it.
Yep.
After you testified in this case last year, you then began to advertise yourself as a dog bite expert, didn't
Oh,
you?
fuck off.
I had advertised myself many years ago as a dog
Real?
bite expert, I think. I'm not sure, but yes, I
Oh
did
my
advertise myself
God.
as a emergency medicine and forensic pathology expert
Did you take
with other, sub
You got the gall to
sub
ask that
interests.
Sure.
after you put
Did you take a
Burgess on the
photograph of
stand.
you testifying at trial and put it on a website to promote?
What do you fucking do? Oh, this man makes my fucking blood boil. Oh,
Your accomplishments?
It's
maybe she put it on her LinkedIn account. Maybe, put a fake fucking profile up there about it. Fuck off, Brennan.
a listing service for physicians. And yes, there is a photograph.
So you took a photograph from your participation in this event.
Yes, that's there.
And you used that photograph
Why shouldn't
in
it?
your participation in this event to try to procure future work, didn't you?
I wouldn't say that was the reason, no.
when you listed a number of things that you have experience in after this case, you
Experience and
then
qualification.
added that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
I believe I am an expert in dog bites, yes.
But after this case, and after you took the photograph from this case, and after you created this advertising, you then added the fact.
Did she put in it that she was going to do it for 17 years? Like, rage stream coming, rage stream coming.
You were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
It was all at the same time. And it was submitted at the same time.
Right. After this case, after you participated or
Well-
volunteered to involve yourself in this case, you then used it as a marketing opportunity, didn't you?
Well, I also I had retired from my full-time job, and I had time, and I wanted to get more involved in some forensic legal cases, and not specifically dog bite cases. I have much more experience with other cases.
Undoubtedly, I respect that, but
no, you don't, you fucker.
After you testified in this case, you did use your participation as a way to try to garner future interest.
How old is she? How much
cases
work
and
is she
income,
going to
didn't you?
get? Really?
I did, but I did not mention this case.
Have you testified in any other court since this case as a dog bite expert?
No.
You had written a few articles that were peer reviewed on dog bites back in, is it the 1990s?
Yes.
And they involved law enforcement canines?
Yes.
And you describe in those articles how a law enforcement canine grabs and holds. Is that the technique they call it?
Yes.
Where they lock their jaw
They shake
and
you, don't they?
then they pull and hold on to the subject that they're attacking or holding?
Yes, that's what they were trained to do back then.
And you would agree that there's a difference between generally the way a domestic dog bites and a law enforcement dog bites?
Generally, yes.
Since those two articles in 1990, have you authored anything else regarding dog bites?
No.
You had mentioned that you had gone to seminars regarding identification. Now, I had a chance to ask you a number of months ago about some details about training and education you have on pattern recognition analysis as it specifically relates to dog bites. Remember, I asked
If you have a read of the assessment of the analysis that came out of her voir dire from Hank Brennan, the conclusion at the bottom. Interesting.
you those questions a number of months ago.
I believe you did.
And I'd asked you if you could give us any specific listed trainings that you had regarding pattern recognition analysis of dog bites.
There isn't any.
And at that time, you did not have any names of any classes or seminars or certificates that you have. You mentioned again today that you have attended seminars regarding dog identification analysis. Do you now know some of those trainings and seminars? And are any of those listed on your CV?
The trainings that I went to on bite marks in general, they were bite marks in general, and included things like how to determine what was a human bite, how to differentiate a human bite from a dog bite. But no, I did not specifically attend seminars limited to dog bites only. However, actually, there was one this past February that I did attend at the American Academy of Forensic Science.
Over your many, many decades, you did not attend any seminars on pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
Of specifically dog bites? No.
I only want to talk about dog bites. I know you're well trained and educated. I respect that, but I want to talk about dog bites.
She said that.
You didn't attain any certificates in pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
I don't think there are any that exist, any training programs like that.
In fact, forensically, have you ever been presented with a wound and been asked to determine whether or not the source of it was a dog bite, other than right here in this very case? Have you ever been asked to do that in your entire history?
In my clinical career, perhaps once or twice, but not, not that I can give you a specific name.
Well, the couple times, tell us what stands out. When were you asked ever over your entire career to do a forensic evaluation of a wound and identify whether it was a dog bite? When did that happen?
A forensic evaluation? No, never,
Never.
never.
Okay.
It just doesn't come up.
No, because dog bites don't go to the
And
morgue.
so this is the first shot, the first crack you've had.
Oh my
at
God.
Looking at a photograph and trying to make a determination based just on a photograph, whether or not the wound is generated
No,
from
sir.
a particular
No,
mechanism,
sir.
and in this case, your opinion, a dog bite.
No, actually, I disagree. I've been taking photographs of dog bites since the 1990s.
Yeah.
When you took the photographs, you knew they were dog bites.
I did know that there were
Yeah.
dog bites.
Have you
Yes, I have a collection.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Maybe you should have brought that in.
That was
as an
it.
exhibit.
So not when you knew it was a dog bite and you took a photo. I know you have an interest. I'm asking, other than this case, there was never, ever a time in your career where you were presented with a photo and asked to give an opinion whether the mechanism of injury was a dog bite, other than this case.
That's correct.
So this is not a pattern recognition analysis engagement that you have any experience in before this effort.
They don't come to forensic psychology
I've recognized that pattern many times.
They're not morgue.
I
not
appreciate your opinion, but
part
I
of
want
an
to ask my
autopsy.
question. You do not have experience over your long, accomplished career in the effort of pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
Okay.
You mentioned before, and you just mentioned again, so I want to ask you some more questions. You believe that you are uniquely qualified to look at a photograph and give an opinion about the source of the injury.
I'm not uniquely qualified. That's done all the time in forensic pathology. Many forensic pathologists do that.
Did you just say you're one of the very few physicians in the United States who has both the forensic and the clinical experience to look at a photograph and make a determination, the mechanism of injury?
No, I said, if I said that, then that was incorrect. I meant dog bites. But your question just now was not specific to dog bites.
Right.
Postmortem photographs are used all the time in forensic pathology for second opinions.
You're right. My apologies. Did you say today and before, have you said that you believe you're one of the only few physicians in the United States who could authoritatively distinguish between causes of wounds when it relates to dog bites?
I did say that, and that's because of my unique training. I don't know of another doctor in the whole United States that did 2 residencies, one in emergency medicine and one in forensic pathology, and has a lifelong interest in dog bites.
So, Dr. Russell, from your perspective, as far as you know, you were the only person in the entire United States of America who was qualified to look at a photograph and make a determination whether the wound was derived from a dog bite.
No, I am one of I'm the only physician that I know of that can do that. There may be, a few others out there. There may be, but I don't know of any other physicians that can do that.
Do you recognize anybody other than yourself who has this very particular expertise to be able to do this kind of work?
I'm not aware of anyone.
You were a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And you know there's about, or would you agree there's probably about 900 to 1,000 medical examiners around the country at the same time over a period of time?
I believe that there might be, there's probably, I think there's around 500 or 600 practicing forensic pathologists.
And do you think because they are forensic pathologists those 500 or 600 people have the unique qualifications as you do to be able to give an opinion about the genesis of a wound?
Wounds in general, perhaps. Dog bite wounds, I doubt that very many of them have a specific interest in dog bite wounds.
And so you think that of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites?
Well, if a forensic pathologist has autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not so sure that that person would be a very good expert in that kind of a case.
Have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. La Posada?
I've heard of Dr. La Posada.
Have you ever read any reports by Dr. La Posada?
No.
Has anybody ever shared with you any information or opinions of Dr. La Posada?
I believe she has a very good reputation.
Have you ever? Well, how do you believe that? Who told you
Because I've heard of her name at national organizations. I believe she's given presentations nationally. I've seen her name, over a dozen years or so.
Do you know whether or not she has any?
The difference is the niche that she's in, the people that, whether she goes to, conferences or seminars or whatever, it is such a small niche that they would either know of or do know each other. So her assessment of people with the similar skill set it's based on a small niche of people with that skills, if that makes sense. Like, it's not a broad subject. It's not, cancer studies or, mast cell studies or whatever. It's a specific niche. So she would know this person, and they probably all know each other by name, but they all have different qualifications and experience.
Participation in this case?
I believe she does.
Wow. So when you're providing accolades that she has maybe some involvement in this case? You know that?
I would provide those same accolades if she didn't have involvement in this case.
Do you know that she has involvement in this case?
I believe she does. The attorneys have not shared everything with me in terms of who the witnesses are.
Somebody must have shared her name. Who shared her name with you?
I'm very familiar with her name outside this case.
Yeah.
Who shared her name that she may be a participant in this case?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Well, somebody might.
I think I got a file or something, but yeah.
What's the
So when
difference?
you were reviewing this case, did you get materials from any of the attorneys authored by Dr. La Posada?
I don't think I read a report. I was very interested in reading a report by Dr. La Posada. I was very interested, but I didn't see one.
So when you received materials in this case, you didn't read all the materials the defense gave you?
I don't believe they gave me the report.
What report?
Any report that Dr. La Posada might have written.
Do you know whether or not you've received the report or not?
I received something that had her name on it. I don't remember what it was, but I was looking for a medical examiner's or a report, an actual report, and I did not see one.
Dr. Russell, you are meticulous when you look and examine things.
Right.
So you would know what you've received and what you've read and what you haven't. So the fact that you're telling us that you saw something with her name on it, can you give us a little more information and share with us what it is you actually received about this Dr. La Posada? What did you get from the defense?
I saw something. I think it was the name of a file folder, but I looked for a report and there was no report in it.
Did you ever ask for one?
I didn't ask because I didn't ask. I really wanted to read it, but I didn't. It wasn't given to me, so I didn't ask.
Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs?
True that.
I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding. And he believed that those were consistent with dog bites.
Ah.
Did you ever receive any reports from the defense about what other persons' opinions would be in this trial about dog bites?
Oh, yes, I received a report authored by a non-physician. Yes.
So when you say non-physician, you're trying to make the point because you think that person might be your opponent in this case?
No.
I don't have any opponents.
Okay, so why did you qualify him as a non-physician?
Because I believe that in order to really understand wounds on a human being, one needs to have treated wounds, seen lots of wounds, and I think that the person that is best qualified for that is a physician.
So a medical examiner wouldn't cut it, in your opinion?
Medical examiner is a physician.
So you think a medical examiner has enough experience to come in and give an opinion on dog bites?
Some, but in their case, I would hope that they have had actual clinical experience with autopsying some cases where there were dog bite wounds, because I don't think they worked in the emergency room or any other clinical setting where they treated people. So I'd want to see if they had experience with dog bites.
I'm doctor as a disqualification. How about a dog trainer? Would a dog trainer who's not a doctor have the experience in your mind to come in and give an opinion about photographs and the genesis of the wounds?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
How would she know what their experience are?
As you said, you made a distinction.
Uh-huh.
They're simply a dog trainer, maybe even an uncertified dog trainer. Would that person have the qualifications in your mind to be able to look at photographs?
Probably not.
Determine whether or not the cause of the injury is a dog bite?
There may be a certain small subset of people who have, very much experience with dog bites that could qualify as suggesting that these are consistent with dog bites, but I don't think that they could definitively. I think that someone could, who dealt with many dog bites in the past on humans, could possibly say that they were consistent with.
Even if they didn't have the clinical experience?
Well, I prefer that to hear that information from a physician, but I wouldn't rule out that only doctors, only a physician, MD, could say that something was a dog bite.
It seems like the standard is now kind of changing a little bit. Because when I asked you, you mentioned the other person, you disqualified the person because they weren't a doctor. It seems now in some instances, you're willing to
didn't disqualify them.
Non-doctor and a very select group of experts.
If someone, well, I can explain. If someone had looked at perhaps hundreds and hundreds of wounds inflicted by a dog that they know was inflicted by a dog, and they saw the resulting photographs on a person, I think that particular person may be able to make some comment as to whether or not some wounds are consistent. However, if in terms of a medical examiner, if they've autopsied one case or two cases of dog bites and they're trying to testify based on some pictures, I would be a little concerned about that.
Does qualification for this type of business, in your mind, depend on who hires you?
No.
Absolutely not.
Suffice to say, you've never taken a class in the forensic analysis of dog bites.
I don't think any class exists.
But I'm asking about your experience.
That's correct.
You haven't, have you?
That's correct. I can't take a
You're
course.
gonna
that
ask your
doesn't
fucking
exist.
expert
You've
that
never
too?
engaged in any type of opinion, looking at photographs, and then had that opinion peer reviewed by other dog bite experts, have you?
No.
Do you have any experience in veterinarian medicine?
Oh my God. Are you fucking
I'm
for real?
aware of it.
Go.
That's my experience.
Do you have any accomplishments like degrees?
No.
Hello? Objection.
Now, you've testified a number of times in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And when you testify, you know there's a court reporter and there are transcripts, correct?
Yes.
You originally testified when you first came out and volunteered to testify last year And there was a hearing before trial, wasn't there?
Excuse me? Say again,
When
please.
you volunteered to come out last year, there was a hearing before you testified at trial, wasn't there?
Yes,
Do you remember that was on June 18th, 2022?
sounds right.
And then you then testified at trial on
Do you
June
know that?
21st, 2022.
Yes.
I didn't have the privilege of meeting you on either of those events, did I?
No.
Privilege.
But since then, we have met,
Yes.
and we had a chance to speak at a subsequent hearing on December 12th, 2024.
Yes.
And then after that, we again had an opportunity to discuss this on January 7th, 2025.
Yes.
Well, there's a few
When
reasons to get
you
blood work, but
reviewed the case, when you first reviewed it before you testified last year, you had very limited information, didn't you?
Yes.
You
All right, I've had
just
enough.
an
I
autopsy
want to wipe
report,
my ass with you.
photographs from the coroner, photographs from the hospital, an emergency room report. Yes?
Yes, I had more than that.
The medical examiner file had a toxicology report.
Yes. And there was more.
Okay.
I believe there was a dog bite, a town of Canton report.
Okay. So when you had an opportunity to look at the medical examiner's report, you yourself had been a medical examiner, correct?
Yes.
And there's a unique advantage of actually conducting an autopsy as opposed to just looking at photographs, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And if you are actually conducting the autopsy, you firsthand can make observations about injuries, make measurements, and
Oh,
see
really,
things that don't
dipshit?
always appear in photographs.
Oh,
that's correct.
We're having a state
And
the obvious
when you would
competition.
do medical exams,
Juan, look at you,
you had a
and I
distinct
know
advantage over
that you
people who
are
would later
an
see
idiot.
your work, a written report, or photographs, because you were there actually conducting the investigation.
Yes.
And it's for that reason that when you testified before, you have acknowledged that you relied on Dr. Scordi-Bello's report for information.
Firefighter.
Yes.
Because you didn't have the
Paramedic girl.
benefit of doing measurements or looking at
What is
depth
that?
or anything else firsthand.
Yes. Correct.
And when you look at that photograph that you discussed with the jury, you also had a chance to see Dr. Scordi-Bello's report regarding the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Yes.
She described those abrasions as superficial, didn't she?
Yes.
She actually gave measurements, 3 centimeter superficial abrasion on the right medial upper arm.
Superficial.
Right? Yes. You not only read that,
Superficial abrasions that would not have been caused by a fucking tail light, you cockhead.
you deferred to her ability to have a firsthand observation, and you accepted that as true, didn't you?
Yes, but there's no interpretation of that abrasion.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Yes.
Did you read that from
I
Dr.
did.
Scordi-Bello?
Yes.
Did you accept her finding and observation?
Yes.
And you would agree she was in a far superior position than you when she made these observations and notes, correct?
They are not inconsistent with what I said.
That's not what I asked, though.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be sharp.
Okay.
I apologize.
Shit, you fucking.
Did you rely on her ability and firsthand observation of those wounds?
Yes.
And did you appreciate or accept the fact she had a superior opportunity to evaluate those wounds firsthand that you did not have the benefit of?
She made no interpretation of those ones.
Well, did you know that Dr. Scordi-Bello had described them as superficial?
They are.
Did you know that she said there was no depth and no
Undermining his
puncture?
own.
Not inconsistent with what I said.
Undermining his own.
I understand, doctor, but I'm asking you,
argument.
do you
I
know that her position is that there was no puncture and no depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have the witness see the report that he keeps referring to?
Can you answer that question without saying it, or do you need to see it?
Well, I remember it, but I there's no inconsistency here. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Would you accept that Dr. Scordi-Bello's opinion is that there was no depth and no puncture to those wounds?
May I see the report?
It might not be in the report. I'm asking about any testimony, anything that she's ever said. Would you agree or accept her position that there
Let
was
us
no
see the fucking
puncture or
report.
depth to those wounds.
Objection, Your Honor, like all the questions that were about an autopsy.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Sidebar.
Okay.
That's. He's a fuckhead. He's such a fuckhead. Oh, God. She agrees with Scotty Bello. It's like he's using the facts to suit his argument. So they're superficial wounds when it comes to a dog bite, but they're not superficial when it comes to being hit by a 7,000 fucking pound car. Superficial does not. You would not get a superficial wound from that, especially at 24 fucking miles an hour in reverse. You dipshit. Oh, look, there's another couple of points. Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh, it gets on my nerves so bad. Especially when, like, oh, I don't. I'm not sure if Jenny and Simi know my history, but it's many and varied, but I did 8 years, no, 8, no, 12 of surgical nursing, then intensive care nursing and coronary care nursing, and then went on to open my own beautician business for another 10 years after that. So I've got the medical background to understand the terminology and the processes and the expectations and the criteria behind the questions. And what he's asking is fucking just, it's like saying, oh, I don't fucking know. Every blade of grass is the same. You can identify cooch grass because of its, but it may not always cut the same way because of the angle that it's growing and where the roots are planted, and just like, so that's the kind of thing. Like if you are that experienced in looking at something and familiar with it, say I don't know, black spot on roses, yeah, black spot on roses. Pretty much 99% of people could look at a leaf and go, yeah, I think that's a black spot. It's pretty fucking obvious, yeah. So it's not, and if you dealt with roses every day, you'd be able to go, yep, but you didn't take a fucking course in it. No. Haven't been peer reviewed for it. No. Just did it every day of my fucking life for 40 years. That counts for more than a piece of paper. That's it. Simple. And there's no point in this bullshit, because this bullshit did not contribute to his cause of death. At all. Nada. There's no need for it. It's fluff. It's bullshit. It's the head wound and the car, the murder weapon and the injury. They need to go together. That's it. That's all you need to do. That's it. And you can't, because it didn't fucking happen like that. Rant over. Maybe. Depends. Oh, side bush. I forgot it. Fuck.
May I?
Yes, please.
Oh, I need to
Dr.
order
Russell,
some.
I read to you the measurements that were in Dr. Scotty Bello's report.
Smart. Fucking smart.
Are you aware that she testified that these superficial abrasions did not have any depth or any puncture?
Oh, no depth.
I don't recall that.
I hope they used that in their closing.
Would you agree if Dr. Scordi-Bello testified in this court that those superficial abrasions did not have any puncture or depth? Would you agree with that assessment?
Objection, Your Honor.
In that form, it's sustained.
Would you agree that the superficial abrasions
Would
on
you
Mr.
agree that Hank
O'Keefe's
Brennan's a
arm
nitwit?
had
Yeah,
no punctures?
Yep, I would.
I agree.
I would.
Would you agree that the abrasions, the superficial abrasions on
Superficial
Mr.
abrasions?
O'Keefe's arm
Like
had no
me.
depth?
Repeat.
No measurable depth. Yes.
No
Between
DNA.
the last time you testified and then you testified here today, have you spoken to the attorneys at all regarding the issue of punctures?
No.
Because you are agreeing today that those superficial abrasions did not have any punctures, right?
They don't appear to have any punctures.
But you, in the past, have testified very, very differently than that, haven't you?
No.
Now, we've spoken many times. I'm going to go through many of those examples later.
Ah,
but we'll do that a
fuck,
little
really?
bit later, Dr. Russell.
Oh my God. Oh, you... Yes, that was my microphone.
Over the course of your many testimonies under oath, would it be fair to say
You're an
that you
idiot.
have changed your opinions about the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm many times?
I don't believe that's fair to say.
In the past, when you were describing Mr. O'Keefe's superficial abrasions
I
on
like
his
how you
arm,
keep saying
did
superficial.
you give
I fucking
varying
hope
and different opinions
they use that shit
about the
against
cause
him.
of each individual wound, area of wound?
I don't believe so.
When you first gave opinions, that was before the last proceeding. You came in and you were questioned before you testified in that initial proceeding, right?
Oh,
I'm trying to be as specific as I can. You testified last year.
Have a look at this. I just just have a look at this. This got me. This one here. Oh, hang on.
I did that vehicle is going 24
right there,
miles an
there.
hour.
Have a
Look at
look.
that. That's the point of impact, right? If that vehicle is going 24 miles an hour, look where his center of mass is. Look where
Yeah.
his body is.
Look at that. Oh, goodness me.
You're telling me
Goodness me.
that the human body is going to magically roll off of the side
apparently.
of that and not experience significant traumatic internal injuries?
No, just superficial injuries. Just superficial.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me if you put a crash test dummy in that position and hit it at 24 miles per hour, you're going to get a very different collision, and it's going to show broken leg, broken arm, broken everything. You know, blood everywhere.
Yeah.
You know,
There would be fucking chunks of shit all over that tail light. All over it. No. Oh. I'll check that one out. That's
The table set with
Wow.
stories untold.
Oh, I wrote that song
whispers
too.
lingering.
Sorry. I digress. I did I'm keeping updates on the mushroom murder trial as well, because that's here in Melbourne. And we don't get anything like what you get, so it takes me a while to compile. We get 2 minutes here, 2 minutes there. Sorry, I will go back to Dr. Russell's. Oh, I need a Valium. Just saying.
Yes.
And
Yeah, you've got to be more
There
specific
was a
than that.
hearing and then there was a proceeding.
That prior hearing. Can we
You've gotta be
call
more
the first
specific.
event the prior hearing and the next one the prior proceeding?
I'm confused.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm just trying to follow.
Contradicted himself with regards to what statement? Like, it's got to be more specific than that, Dolan.
Follow the rules. You testified
Oh,
twice
damn
last year,
God.
didn't you?
3 times.
3 times. Okay. The first time you testified was just before the judge?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified before the judge, do you remember that you had uncertainty about how each and every one of those wounds was caused?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember when you then testified a couple days later at the proceeding that some of your opinions changed from the first time you testified?
I don't believe that.
And then when you later met me and we had a chance to talk over the last 2 events, December and January, would it be fair to say that your opinions regarding the individual areas of wound changed?
I don't believe so.
Okay. At some point before or during our conversations in December and January, you wrote a report, didn't you?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you hadn't written a report before the first time you came in and testified, had you?
That's correct.
And it was between those hearings in December and in January where you wrote your first report.
Sounds correct.
You dated that report December 9, 2024. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you did not write that report alone, did you?
I did.
You had some help, didn't you?
Not in the content of the report.
Well, you sent the report back a number of times for review and revisions, didn't you?
In terms of organization.
And some of the language in this report is really not your language. It's the language of somebody who helped you write some of this, isn't it?
You know, if somebody helped me write it, it would have been much better written than that.
Didn't you agree that you had some assistance with the report? Haven't you testified to that before?
And no, and in terms of organization, there was some comments, though, this sentence belongs, with this paragraph or whatever. But in terms of content, that was my work.
Well, it was your report, correct?
It's my report.
And when you write a report, it's your words, not somebody else's. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
But nevertheless, you had somebody assisting you. True.
In terms of organization, yes.
Who was helping you with the report?
It was somebody from the law office.
Well, it was this gentleman right here, Attorney Alisi, who just asked you questions. He helped you,
No,
didn't he?
actually, it wasn't.
Was it from his law firm that somebody helped you?
I believe so, but it was in terms of organization.
Do you remember who was helping you with your report?
I don't remember her name.
Would you agree that after that report was written, many of your opinions changed?
No.
In your report, you provide your background. Yes?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine since 1988?
Yes.
As a physician?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine as a surgeon?
It's called, in California, it's called physician and surgeon license.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a physician and surgeon's license?
I do.
Okay. Have you ever practiced as a surgeon?
Well, in the emergency department, we do surgery. We have to do some surgery sometimes. We have to open up people's chests and, and compress the heart sometimes when they have gunshot wounds to the chest. I've had to put chest tubes in. I've had to debride dog bite wounds and other wounds. So yes, there is a component of surgery.
If you do stitches, that's considered surgery, isn't it?
Maybe.
Well, medically speaking, stitches is surgery.
I don't know, maybe.
Okay. Do you have a surgeon's license?
I have a physician and
Oh,
surgeon's license in California.
Now, when you first looked at this case and testified, do you remember?
You need to read the analysis of his voir dire on this woman, that lengthy fucking interrogation. Abso-fucking-lutely it does. Absolutely.
when you were looking at Mr. O'Keefe's superficial wounds, you said that you thought they appeared to be consistent with an animal attack?
I do remember that.
And when you were describing animal attack, you were a lot less specific than you were today, weren't you?
Good question, Timmy. It's coming up with a lot.
You were less sure about your opinion when you first testified about this case than you provided to this jury today.
I was certain that it was a dog attack. However, as I mentioned before to you, in medicine, we're taught never, nothing is 100%, and therefore never say, anything's 100%. So that's why I gave that that generalization. However, I have reviewed the case. But I personally was certain that that was a dog, that those were dog marks. Now, I have reviewed this case over and over and over again. Plus, I've read additional articles more than once, and which substantiate, again, my findings. So, so my degree of certainty perhaps increased.
So when you first testified in this case, back in June of 2022, are you agreeing that your testimony was less certain than today?
I believed that it was a dog attack at that time.
When you testified, you didn't say dog attack, you said animal attack at the beginning, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the cause, you said that it could be bite or scratch wounds.
Correct.
So back in June, when you were looking at individual wounds, you, at that time anyways, were unable to differentiate between bite and scratch wounds.
They are very similar.
I understand, but today you seem pretty unequivocal. So I want to go back to the beginning and see the evolution. I'm asking a question.
All right. So the argumentative part is out. Ask the question, Mr. Maree.
I want to go back to identify the evolution of your opinions. So let's start at the beginning.
So question, please.
At the beginning, before your opinion evolved, you started with an opinion that this could have been either bite or scratch wounds, right?
Yes.
And if there was actually a methodology where you could identify superficial abrasions and make a determination whether it was from an animal or a dog, there would be something definitive, specific, where you could identify a scratch from a bite wound, wouldn't there be?
Not unless there was a piece of tooth in the wound or a piece of nail. There would otherwise not be any specificity.
You talked about patterns when you first testified back in June of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talked about the patterns, again, you had some uncertainty whether those patterns were caused by nails, claws, or could have been caused by teeth. Isn't that fair to say originally that was your position?
Yes, there is some overlap in terms of the appearances. They can appear very similar, and they can be arranged very similar in terms of parallel lines.
In fact, when you first testified, you weren't consistently even saying that it was a dog, or as you say today, dog attack. You were saying, in your opinion, they were the result of animal bites or scratches. That was what you originally opined.
What's the difference?
We just went through that.
Potato, potato, fuckhead.
And at some point, you said that it might most likely be a large dog. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. Can you approach with regard to this line of questioning?
So why don't we break for today?
Yes.
All right, so jurors, we're not going
Good job.
to finish today. We have 5
Good
minutes.
job.
It's a good place to break. I do have to give you those same cautions. Please do
yeah,
not discuss
yeah.
this case
Whatever.
with anyone. Don't do any independent.
Blah. Question has been analyzed and is posted in Discord main chat and emailed to 1Simi. Very interesting. I had a quick glimpse over it, but there's quite a few things where it's actually bitten him on the ass, so to speak. Suffering your jocks. Yes. Oh. Hopefully she hears the end of this and knows that I have emailed her. But why is that not showing? Like I've got, maybe it's my eyes, but I've got this set at like high def. Is this video blurry? Like it looks blurry to me. Or maybe it's just because I'm tired. All my glasses are dirty or something. But yeah, no. I kind of know. All right. Well, there you have it. Day 25. Oh God, we've got to go back to cross-examination tomorrow. Oh no, so there's no court tomorrow. Is that what I heard's happening? What's to go? No court tomorrow, no court. Was it Friday and a half day? Hello, baby. Hello. Hello, my little papa down. Oh, is it raining out there? Oh, I've got a wet pussy. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. And you're walking all over my stuff. Oh, dear. Okay. Well. Ugh. Now I've got a wet hand. Thanks. I've got paper towel here somewhere. Yeah. All right. Well, I will keep my eye out. If there is anything, I will cover it. If not, I'll see how I feel. Because I'm feeling a bit. My throat's really been bugging me the last couple of days. Last week or so, actually. So I'll see. Otherwise, I will, if I'm up for it, I'll maybe do a Q&A with the database. But have a look. You'll see the thumbnail. There's, if there's something on, pop your notification bell ding on, and thou shalt see what thou shalt possess. All right, darlings. Stay safe, stay warm, be good. No, don't be good, be good at it, and stay the fuck away from Hank Brennan, America. Bye.
It's been 12 months since I quit, and so much has passed us by. Such a scattering with evidence, and some blatant flat-out lies. I bet he wears those silky undies, the ones with that jean made of lace. So you can bring in Massachusetts, 'cause we all ain't got no quit.